This, of course, is Gamer 1745 here. We're getting ready to play some. This, of course, is Gamer 1745. I have the audio on Twitch, so you got a bit of an echo there. Yes. We're getting ready to start streaming, or we're starting to stream. We're getting ready to play some Hoi 3 here. What we're doing. We'll be making an episode starting soon, TM. Okay. Let's postpone. I'm not doing those right at this moment. Now we can do a little bit more research. We've got plenty of officers, got lots of spies. Maybe we should. Well, let's look at we got plenty of spies. So, let's look at some of our enemies. Germany here, we have IS, we're trying to disrupt their national unity, covert operations points, got a lot of them built up. Tech espionage. Okay, well, let's Japan. Why Japan has such super high threat thingy here, I don't know. Covert ops. Maybe we should do some covert ops. That would be interesting. I've never, well, no, I have done it a few times. I rarely use that effectively. Soviet Union, well, we're supporting them. Spanish state, let's drop some spies into there. I don't think technical or tech spying would be very useful there. And there we're trying to support ruling party and maybe grab up a bit of technology. Okay, Italy, well, do this. I know we just got so many, we may and some covert ops, building up some points there. Right. We'll see what we can do with that. Now, okay, we also have a bunch of flying boats and naval bombers. And some motor torpedoes. Now, recently we made it ashore here and we're pushing out. Hey, Turnlow, how you doing? How you been? Back to the technology thing. What technology should we be being our bay maintenance? That would be good. Very good to hear. Very good here. Now we get back to deploying. Oh, I've been great. Okay, well, we'll be getting some, let's see, 2 air bases. This is well, it's repairing. So we'll want to put some good stuff. No, we don't want to do a fleet destroyer in charge of just generic bombers. And we're going to get a couple of air bases here. We want to disrupt what we can down there. using I'd like to mix flying boats and torpedo bombers. They have bombers. I'm going to save this fleet destroyer for carrier operations guy. We'll just do a generic. So that will get, well, we also want to put some fighters there. Once we can get some down there. Well, that's what I'm looking for. We've got two aces. We got these guys here. Okay. Well, let's send one of the aces down here. And we will add them to these fighters to try to dominate southern Spain, etc. with their operations. Now, let's look. We're still dealing with air. We're going to look at naval operations because we are seeing that we probably, or in some cases down here, not us, but Britain is losing ships, and that's the biggest problem for us right now, is Britain losing ships. So I think we may also see about the next naval invasion will be, at least for the Atlantic, will be down here in Cape Verde. No, this is Cape Verde. Boy, let's see. Oh, what, boy, Gamer is showing his lack of geographic knowledge. Cape Verde, the Canary Islands, that's it. The Canary Islands. I know these things. Just gotta get a little more on topic here, because I'm sure there is, yeah, air bases here and here. So we need to take these out. We can also take out that, but we want to take these out. Now, also here, we're going to don't know why we haven't create a supply convoy. Okay, close. We want to go out of Baltimore. Not that big of a harbor. I know what. Well, Washington is actually a big harbor. Washington D.C. has no harbor of any. You know, it's on the Potomac River. I'm not saying it doesn't have some pleasure boat type thing on that river. I'm trying to remember. It's the Pentagon. It's really right there on the you know, on this river, not anything here. I don't. This is just the Pentagon is on the far side. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we can come out of Washington D.C. Create a convoy. My convoy. Okay. Washington D.C. Tangier. Now it's showing that we have. This is what we're going to need to do, and that's why we need to take out these islands. How big is the port? Not terribly big. This won't be very big either, nor that, but it'll be something. We'll get some supplies into there. So we're going to continue with our naval air progress or expansion in the Atlantic, I think. So I was thinking of putting some of these over in the Pacific, if we could use them there. But well, that gets going with that now. We get a couple of armored divisions soon, and also soon a semi-motorized, well, 3 of them there. Marine Corps units. Okay, so I think we are doing reasonably well with our priorities. Escorts, which will keep transport alive better. Okay, that's looking pretty good now. Also, I think we could also do with, because I was going to send these out to the Pacific. To yeah, I think the 3 will be okay. And these guys into the Atlantic. Yeah, I saw not too long ago a really nice video. Well, you know, started out as a film of them making the Higgins boats, motor torpedo boats. They were no, not the Higgins, the Elco. Sorry, the Elco. The 2 main producers were Higgins and Elco. There was another one I think started with an H, but they did maybe 10% of the boats. The Higgins, of course, is very famous for their design and putting out of the landing craft. So, but they also did motor torpedo boats. I like the design of the Elco boats better. They all use the same engines. Excuse me. Boy, something sort of soft went wrong there. They sort of are marine aircraft engines, and I know those are sort of contradictory terms, but a marine engine is an engine designed to work at sea, and is particularly designed as a water-cooled engine. Needs a fair amount of water passing through it, and will be cooled with salt water, I think, generally speaking, because they take in a lot of salt water and push it through. But also they're sort of based out of some aircraft type engines designs. So it's not just simply taking an aircraft engine and sticking it in a motor torpedo boat, nor is it just a standard other marine engine, because they were designed to go so fast. I did saw some videos on the original trials to get to pick, including different companies built boats. Including some from the U.S. Navy Yard, and it was Elco and Higgins were the ones that won the competitions. But they need to run properly. I mean, you could probably burn all kinds of oddball fuels through them, but to run properly, you need to run and be able to run at the high performance levels, not just simply turn over and power the boat, but to run at speed and run well, they need to use aviation gas. And I think it's like 7,000 hours or something like that. The engines have to be rebuilt. So they are like aircraft engines do. So they have to be basically disassembled and cleaned up and, worked over on. I don't know quite everything they do, but they have to do a lot of that kind of stuff after a while to keep them running properly. Okay, so we've got a few divisions here that we can get over. Now, who do we have? Okay, we have the Third Army. Who can we put in charge of the Third Army? Where's Patton by this point? I don't know. Didn't he command the Third Army for a while? He may have been auto-placed in charge of a division somewhere. Historically, because he was a divisional commander. He over in this? Okay, he's over here in this corps. Okay, yeah, you're wasted there. Okay, I mean, it was good to have you there when you were serving there. Mark Clark. I wouldn't have given him starting out as a level 4. Low commando, out of supply bonus. So we will promote you up and give you command of that corps, and we should really do better at organization of units. Okay. Hey, Mr. Duck, how you doing? How is the land below the ocean doing? If we ever get any airborne units we have in HQ. Oh, I'm doing very good. Very good indeed, George C. Marshall. I don't know that I would have made a battle commander of him because he never commanded in World War II any forces that were in battle. I mean, he was in charge of the army in general speaking terms, yes. Those forces did go out and fight around the world, but he was back in Washington, D.C. Okay, well, U.S. National Guard, Command, Guard, Command. We have a European theater. That's the 8th Air Force. That's good there. Well, where was that Third Army? Right here, I just not looking. There's Third Army. Okay. We're going to promote up Patton into the Third Army. Don't know particularly why you're here. detach you. Getting ready to send Patton over to North Africa. That seems like a good plan of action. Got a lot that we want to start doing. Send over some submarines. Now that we're really starting to see about getting operationally involved in this, just because I've been doing some work here. Ready. Okay, so we got these guys. They're coming up here. They now have some levels of supply. This is for the U.S. Air Force in the theater, but I don't know. He's probably not terribly good. Yeah, like I say, I have not been playing this well, as in, we're going to detach from any higher commands. They're going to move up as hopefully as fast as they can. Try to contain the Italian expansion. Hello, Arno. How are you doing, my friend? The British back here. Okay, good. Now, we also have the Pacific area of operation. Basically under Nimitz, historically at least. Okay. We have some landing craft here. Now, in Tawak, or in Weetuck, I think that's probably how you say it. Wotek, I don't know. Quaduline, I know. When I can read, and this is really weird, but at least that's the standard American pronunciation for it. Where I've heard it enough, I can do it. Truck is somewhere around here. Yeah, there's Truck. Truck was sort of the main Japanese naval base in this sort of area of operations. And Arno from YouTube, Arno from Twitches. Any news? Well, not really personally any news, but this thing's going reasonably well. Okay, so well, they've got some sort of air base here with some garrison, so it would probably be useful to take that out. We're gonna. Those are motor torpedo boats. Those are long-range submarines. I have a second large fleet unit somewhere. No, I do. Send it down here? No. Maybe it did, but it's not there yet if I did. No. Oh, that's the Yorktown. Battleship Division 3. Okay, no, they're all here. Okay, so they're all here. And in fairly decent shape. Okay, so what we want to do here is what we want to see here is, do I have any more? So that's what I'm looking for. Okay, well, okay, what we've got here. The failure to communicate. Not really, but okay, liners. Well, that'll handle our transportation here, I think, for the Pacific. We're going to get more and more going into the Atlantic, so we want to get these guys over here. They'll be quicker to get back and forth across. Rain in the Netherlands. Okay, I guess that's good. We could really use rain here in California. We are bone dry and our lakes are drying up. Hey son, how you doing? Yeah, we can send you long range submarines. Let's see, where do I'll put you here to convoy raid passively. So if you get in any trouble, you well, okay, you've been scrapping with somebody, and so have you, so we're gonna get you rested up. Right, now over here we are doing good. We've lost a couple of divisions, mostly by having them trapped on Mindanao, but up here in Luzon they have not invaded, but we've kept some good divisions up here ready to fight any forces that come this way, including okay, Marine Corps Division and another Army Division specifically sitting in the capital of Manila. Alright, so that's holding there. Well, Dutch territory being currently managed by the British. They're holding out here, which, you know, I hope they're doing okay. Keeping some of the oil away from the Japanese. And we can see here that, I don't know why they're not liberating Burmese territory, but maybe that's best for supply. I don't know. They're actually pushing the Japanese back considerably there in Burma. Okay, so, and we've got, okay. Let's rearrange some of these R. Okay, I want to give these guys one more destroyer. Well, I think for the near future, we're not going to be seeing, well, I don't know. Well, these guys are going to be doing naval invasions anyway, so we're going to, let's bring them back down to South Africa here with them. We'll leave the other force there. So let's make an episode. That only took 30 minutes of operational planning. Okay. Major moves coming. But first, this is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice. And of course, we're playing as the United States. Well, we've taken Tangiers. We're getting supply here. It looks like we can with our limited force. And I really want to say I love people giving me suggestions. I love the interaction. But a lot of the suggestions so far have been like, invade Spain. Well, and obviously we see these forces here, but it hasn't been going well for the British in doing it. We're just not ready for any major operations yet. So, unfortunately, that is the case as the United States. We're still building up our forces. So, yes, we very well may invade Spain. Yes, we want to conquer all of North Africa. Yes, we want to invade Sicily or Sardinia or Crete or wherever, and of someday maybe invading Norway, or doing a D-Day somewhere. Yes, those are all someday, sometime. But we have to take steps that we can be effective now. So what the plan is for, if we're calling this the European Theater of Operations, we're going to, and we have some invasion force here. Once we get this a little more secure, we're going to be using the forces that are there, as well as a few divisions here, as well as some divisions coming. And we're going to invade. Now, I don't want to trigger I don't know if the event will go away that will allow us to do torch and declare war on Vichy France. We don't want to do that just yet, because Vichy France being neutral is a benefit to us, because it keeps Italy from coming and engaging us. So what we want to do is take out the Spanish possessions here, then come down to either the Canary Islands, probably that first, and then to Spanish Morocco is basically what it's called, and maybe also see about getting that little place, but mostly get these. This way we will be, because we now have a supply line running through here, and we will start taking losses likely. We will be able to reduce enemy submarines and whatnot, and come in here and build up our forces here. And then at that point, I want to push out across, whether we get to use, prepare our Operation Torch and begin Operation Torch, whether we get to use those events. I don't know if they go away in 1944 or something. I don't know how quickly we can get this going, but then I want to either that or just directly declare war on Vichy France, and then push here. And what is Arno saying? Can you try and take Crete? That will be amazing base for you to bomb Greece. Yeah, whether how much we want to bomb Greece or just simply move in my favorite of using, the mix of flying boats and naval bombers to simply go after, submarines and ships and whatnot in this area, it would be a very good thing to do. And what we can also look at I like to tell stories here. The reasons for, they were in better shape than we were. Now it really was late 42, I think that they're coming in and invading North Africa with Operation Torch. Britain and America were not ready to go face to face on equal footing with the German army, even with the German army facing off with Russia. They were just not ready to. Britain's military capacity, their divisions, if you will, were very good and were up to fighting the Germans, but they just didn't have enough of them and the ability to, keep that going. America was still just ramping up. So obviously they're initially just occupying, sort of somewhat neutral territory. We can talk about that sometime a bit more, probably in the future here, with Vichy France. And of course, Montgomery had won the second battle of El Alamein and was pushing this way at the time. So, Germany does finally, when it's too late, once it's too late, they decide to fully commit an army to North Africa, and it's already too late. And it becomes sort of like a Gallipoli type situation for the Germans in that, yes, they put down, Panzerarmee Africa. It's partially a label, but it's also really, especially if you include the Italian forces, which, are not very good, but are still something. And there's a whole lot we could say on the Italian forces, but they can't supply it because air power, naval power, even with the shortest supply lines here, is going over to the American advantage here, so that you have that setup, and so your ability to take it, and shall we say, in small bites. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And so the island strategy. Now, I'm not sure why the Allies never retook Crete. They were obviously held Cyprus throughout the war. Now, I know why the Americans aren't focused on Crete, because the Americans are focused on Berlin. They're focused on that drive, and they definitely see that knocking Italy out will be useful, and so they want to go directly for that. But they're very much trying to do the, where are they going to go next? Where are they going to go next? So Germany comes down and reinforces into Italy. With Italy into Sardinia. This is before the landings in Sicily, and I definitely agree that Sicily is a better first objective historically for the Americans, coming in and doing that. But a bit later in the war, I'm not sure, I think it was in 44, it was either 43 or 44, Britain does an invasion of one of the Greek islands out here. That these are obviously Turkish ones, but one of the Greek islands out here, and they successfully take it. It's a little known operation, and it wasn't very hard. It was after Italy's out of the war, and like I said, they take it. It's not that hard. They do it. It's sort of Churchill's like, yeah, let's do this, a soft underbelly of Europe kind of thing. But they quickly realize that they cannot maintain the foothold. They no one was trying to the Germans were not trying to counter invade or anything like that. But air and naval operations, the Schnellboot, the fast boots, the e-boats, whatever you want to call them, as well as other German local naval capabilities, was making it just a little too impossible to resupply and keep the operation going. And the British, because this was sort of a British, well, if you're not going to help us, we'll just do it. They weren't able to keep enough, get enough fighters in there to operate effectively to control the area, so they withdraw. Well, I forget what island. It definitely wasn't Rhodes, which had been a major Italian possession since World War I, or it wasn't Crete. I get the idea that if Germany puts in 3 divisions or 4 divisions or whatever, I don't know how many they would have had, into Crete, well, hey, maybe just leave them there, because why fight them? Why fight me, bro, when they'll just sit there and be out of the war? And so if it's strongly guarded, I totally get why you want to hit them where they ain't, kind of thing. And as the war is going on and they're losing more and more, once the Italians are out of the war, the Germans are here, you can do sort of the opposite of what was happening to the British when they came up into the Aegean, was to sink transports, shoot down air transports, disrupt their ability to supply out here for a minimum cost in resources and a minimum cost in lives. And so that really does sort of work, but you have to sort of keep that in mind. We'll see about Crete for sure, Arno. I I don't know. You know, who knows if we will or not. But like I say, first we need to secure out here in the Atlantic before we push in. And we are also getting ready to, I know, here we are. Okay, they are heading out. A little faster. New ace combat has arrived. Oh, that's right. Yes. What we want to do here is click one click. There we go. We're going to send you over to here. Rebase here. We want to get this going. A very minimal basing, unfortunately. Well, you know, let's build more air bases and we'll put them to the top. Fighting our multi-front war. They're here. That's what I was hoping to get these guys a little better coordinated. Now, I think it's just that one garrison division, so let's put the U.S. Marines on here. See if we can do this as a Marine-only operation. Invasion. Just things here. Guys keep moving down into there. This way. Oh, they're going into there. Okay, well, you know, let's head this way then. Main Sea province. Okay, and how are we doing back here? These guys are still pushing. Okay. That's probably over. Them. You get to no. You get to come back up that way. All right, artillery unit training has advanced. Okay. No, that I believe is down here. Okay, both of those are 44. Let's get those to 3. Yes. Aviation search rate advance is that. Yeah. There. Okay. Okay, they're going in. Hopefully they'll do good. Okay, you come in and do, let me see, you're thinking it's still the ocean province. Okay, ground attack. And you also do ground. Ground forces? Okay, no thank you. So we've got some fighters over here who would get up there or intercept this region. Okay, yeah, I think we're going to send you back across, or you should stop ground attacking. Back across here to pick up some more units. Sniper warfare, alright, don't let that continue, just to 43. Cruiser A controller. And it's grayed out, it looks like. Okay, well, we can just do that. Extreme terrain combat tactics has advanced. Okay, we could. Gun battalions looks like it'd be fun. Okay, wing aerodynamic. Here. Tanks would be nice. Better ones, I guess. Bigger ones, I don't know. You out about here as a patrol. Passive. There's somebody, okay, let's just take 2 of you. I guess. I don't know if there's anything out there, but onboard. You can probably head back up to, head to there to hold that, just in case. I go in with too little force. I don't. Gold mining, great. Okay, we've got the special techs, it looks like here. We see them here. The M1 Garand, which will, a lot of our infantry stuff will definitely be a lot better. And the P-51 Mustang with the extra range there for our fighters. Very good. And direct fire unit command control has advanced as well. Okay. That. And jungle unit, we may be fighting more in the jungle still. And we have a little bit more search that we can allocate. Okay, advanced armor designs, that looks good. I see it, yes, very good stuff. Or no, yes, it's very true. Still don't know if sending those back was the best idea. Yeah, probably, because we don't probably need all of these divisions here, but it's sort of nice to have. Okay, a little bit organized up. Yeah, the British are just keep getting pushed back into these. A lot of forces. No, we're not buying fuel. They're running a bit lowish, true. We're also, we're going to add 2 more air bases there. Put that to the top. Built. Ooh, Canada money, yeah, okay. Starting to be ground down. Okay, airborne warfare research, yes. Not that we have any airborne units yet, but is it? Okay, yeah, we'll let that continue. And direct fire unit. But we're definitely thinking about airborne operations eventually, so when we get around to it, I want them to be good. The operations. How would you rate the P-47 as a heavy fighter or ground attacker? Yeah, very high. It's a very big plane, if I remember correctly. I'm just, Arno, I know a bit about the aircraft. Like the early P-51s weren't that good. It was the sort of later, once they went over to was the copy of the Merlin engine or something, and they got the bubble canopy so they could really see around. So all that really extended their range and stuff. The P-47 is, I think, it's a radial engine, I'm pretty sure, and it's a big brute force aircraft. And rather good. I just don't know enough to really give it everything I hear about it is good. So, but to give it a, refined review, as it were. Okay. We've taken out a German long-range sub, but they're good. Those are always good to do. And America, fortunately, had the luxury of being able to go after enemy forces heavily. Okay, I'm looking for an area that we could maybe bomb. We won't know that's too deep yet. Okay, we've got looking for got well, up here. It looks like they don't have that. So we want to do strategic bombing. We want to do passive. We want to do night only. So that way we're bombing up here just to disrupt them some. The U.S. had the luxury of being able to build a lot of different types of aircraft. Yep, we're trying to bomb Germany, trying to disrupt them a bit. And taking out another submarine, good. Sent. Oh, they're back there. Okay. Good enough. We're going to put this battle group, this task force, I guess. So, look, some Germans there. So let's go here, patrol fairly aggressively. German shipping capital ship. I think okay. I think doing damage control, radars, and all that good stuff to upgrade there. Back here yet? No. But we're going to send some motor torpedo boats over to here. Okay, and well, I think this will be it for current forces. Hopefully Britain will be able to hold in Gibraltar itself. Keep losing whenever they try to push out of Gibraltar. Across the Atlantic. Where was our invasion going on? This? Increase the speed a little bit more. These guys are engaging the Spanish somewhat, or somebody out here. Presume Spanish. Energy, no, we don't. Well, I have somewhere some more bombers. Okay. Medium bombers. You're going to come over to this airbase here. I think that'll be close enough. We're going to see about bombing some of these Spanish units. They're outside of Gibraltar. Hedgehog, yes. Now I've actually found out the Hedgehog, which was definitely used during World War II, but not as widely as I thought. But that will help once we get a lot of stuff upgraded. Cargo hold. Transport capacity, but shorter range. I don't know. Here I'd rather go get the better air defense. Go for that. Get our B-17s up to better effectiveness. Ground attack. Let's go aggressive. Here. Okay, 2 more Nazi submarines sunk. And another 2 Nazi submarines sunk. Who wants to Venezuela now? Okay. Let's put you, after that operation, come home and take a bit of a rest. Hopefully that helped out the British somewhat. Okay, airplane radio communications. Let's just shift that over to general radio improvements. Aviation navigation radar. There we are. Destroyer crew training. Good. Maybe we should do some more of these in here. Right. Okay. Yeah, submarine crew training. Looks like it would be a good thing. Hello, Paul. Yeah, YouTube's notifications are not the best, but hey, it's only an hour after I started. So, yeah, glad to have you here. I don't know how much all that is just simply because I get informed that periodically with different people. Don't know how much of it is the person just not being logged in such a way, or that they're watching other videos or something and or playing a game or whatever. Don't get the notification is sent, but they're just too deep into something and don't realize that it's been sent, or whether it's just YouTube not doing a good job. Yes, you can have I really like interacting with you guys because I know a lot of people, you know, hundreds of people watch these parts of these videos, which is really cool. But I really also like interacting with you guys, so I like if you're available to come while I'm live, that's really cool. Okay, capital ship damage control. Okay, grayed out. So what we're gonna do is move this over to battleship crew training. Do that. Yeah, they're gonna get this. Okay, I didn't. Maybe another division would have made it happen faster, but I don't know that that's overly useful. Okay, we are here now. Okay, they also showed up. Well, it's sort of a bit of a pain at the moment. You just move out into the ocean. Only load into the landing craft at the moment. Get on board the ship. Get on board the ships. Third Army, get on board the ship. Huh. You're all going to North Africa. Can we also throw on another corps there? Third Army, let's see who we can give you as a him, but sure. Okay. You get on board. Alright. No. All of you, you're going to come to Tangiers. Exciting and exotic Tangiers. Okay, so now we have some motor torpedo boats here. Let's get these guys going. Patrolling here. See some French forces. Are they moving this way because I have this now? These are because we also have Vichy, because we're seeing these are like Free French forces. We can zoom out here. Those pale ones like here, those are Vichy forces. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, maybe they're retreating out from here? That I don't know. Okay, well. Let's attack there. No, thank you, Haiti. It looks like Britain's given over much of its forces over to Saudi Arabia to help hold here. Good. Pintos. Ships down here. Okay. Maybe I should have left the other transports in Pacific. I don't know. I think we're going to need transports to get across divisions that are coming. Oh, yep, and here they are. One of them is. Anyways, alright. I'm going to drop you right there. Let's look for some more HQs. Well, actually, let's do a few of these guys. Veteran HQs. They won't have the cool pictures, but be useful. That's why I'm mostly making divisions without HQs, but okay. There we go. We're not going to put somebody who's great for the jungles heading off to the desert. Don't know this guy, but all right. And it's fine that he's not part of this initial group going because these guys are all organized up and they're not. Hit the save button. We're going to end this episode, not the live stream, but the episode here. I want to thank all you watching, whether currently now on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or Facebook, but also those watching later on YouTube. Do really appreciate it. Do appreciate those that give me support on Patreon. That is great. But I just ask you guys, if you made it this far, smash that like button and post a comment, even if you're live now, wherever. I really love hearing from you. It also helps the algorithm. I know you've all heard all this, so I feel weird asking you, but it does help. So please do if you can. So thanks so much. See you next time for, yes, more, even more Hearts of Iron. All right, we'll make another episode here right away. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here. And hey, before you even do anything, can I maybe get you smash that like button? Even if you don't like this, I'd still love for you to smash it. Really hope you would. Okay, well, we're going to continue playing here. We are playing, of course, like I say, Hearts of Iron 3, Black Ice. Okay, we've taken Tangiers, and now we also have Kunta? I don't know. Okay, wait, I see that he doesn't have supply here, and we're sending over some ships. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here, and we're going to create a supply convoy. We're going to come down to Washington, D.C., and then we're going to see if we can supply right into there. No, I'm not yet sending, not that I won't, but I'm not yet sending supply in here just because they're a little further in, and if we can supply effectively here, we'll do so. What the hell? What the hell, AI? What are you doing, going to Gibraltar or something with the carrier group? Oh. Oh, why? Why? It looks like we've already defeated them, so but maybe there'll be supply enough in Iraqi territory. Okay, aircraft prototype. Evaluation. Here, okay. You can't even supply your forces enough to defeat Italy in Africa, so well. I noticed we do have ready for deployment. Oh, some destroyers. We've been needing destroyers badly. Okay, put these down here. Let's get a acceptable leader. Oh, I think it's here. Yes. Oh, we've got, ooh, Gregory Boyington. Wow. I didn't realize some of these guys were, I don't know McCampbell, but Boyington, of course, the Black Sheep Squadron fame. All right. I didn't know he was coming in as a Naval Air Special Unit, but that would be really good. Okay, so they're going to come down here. We're going to do that. Okay, let them get a little bit organized. Now we also have, I saw this division in there. Okay. Yeah, let's move these this way. We have a, okay, Buckeye Division, that sounds cool. And not him. We'll save him for some, either maybe an Army division going out to the Pacific, or, because yeah, there's a nice Marine Corps. We'll save the armored one. Okay, there we go. We'll get some of these guys going here. And we're going to, because we have been so low on them, let's get these destroyers deployed. Probably also need a few out in the Pacific, but start here for anti-submarine patrols. Eventually. These guys have made it here, so let's let's just no leader. That looks like a Spanish unit there. Let's come out here. Convoy rating passive. No leader. Okay. Be up here. Okay. Convoy rating passive. Let's put you out over here. Can we get over there? Yes. Convoy rating passive. Uh-oh, forces, okay. They're under attack, fine. These are just Italians. But if we have supply, we'll probably do okay. Okay, blood and fire, okay, sure. WAC converts to WACS. Originally formed as the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps in 1942, the organization converts to full military status on July 1st, 1943. Its first director was Overta Cup-Holby, a prominent society woman in Texas. About 150,000 American women eventually served in WAC and WAC, the WACs. During World War II, they were the first women other than nurses to serve in the Army, while conservative opinion in leadership of the Army and public generally was initially opposed to women serving in uniform. The shortage of men necessitated a new policy. While most women served stateside, some went to various places around the world, including Europe, North Africa, New Guinea, for example. WACS landed on Normandy Beach just a few weeks after the initial invasion. General Douglas MacArthur called the WACS "my best soldiers." Yeah, right. adding that they worked harder, complained less. That may be true, as in, worked not like physically harder, but worked longer hours, and complained less, probably because they knew if they started to complain, it would make them look bad. They were better disciplined than men. Yeah, but now you got to realize, you're better disciplined than men. Well, we're talking 150,000 volunteers, where you had millions of men that are drafted. So, they're going to complain less. They're going to be, better disciplined, because they're sort of the volunteers, not just everybody drafted in. Many generals wanted more of them and proposed to draft women, but it was realized that this would provoke considerable public outcry and congressional opposition. And so the War Department declined to take such a drastic step. Those 150,000 women who did serve released equivalent of 7 divisions of men for combat. General Dwight Eisenhower said that their contributions in efficiency, skill, and spirit determined and determination were immeasurable. Okay, well, I know once in a while we do have one former military woman around here on the live streams, but compared to a lot of you, not all, but a lot of you, I'm old. Yeah, some days I really feel old. And I've experienced a lot of life. Not as much as some people, but a fair amount. And I will say this. I'm sure a few exist, and I may have even seen them on TV or something. But 99% of women out there in the Western world, we're talking like America, like Britain, like Germany, in the Western world. We're not talking about even Japan or Korea, let alone China or India or Africa, but we're talking about the Western world. 99% of the women, and this is when Gamer gets political and rants about things, 99% of the women do not want equal rights with men. 99% of the women do not want to be treated equally as men. 99% of the women do not want equality with men. That is a lie, a fabrication, propaganda. Women in America, now I'm not saying, in Israel they do sort of sign up for the draft, so yes. But women in America do not want to be drafted into the armed services. They want equal rights. They want voting. They want to vote. I'm not saying they shouldn't vote, but they want to vote. But no, they get to vote for people to say sent to war, but they're not going to war. Well, okay, these 150,000, these are the Army. There's also the Navy. This, I do believe, I don't know that there was a separate for the Army Air Corps. I don't know if there was separate for that versus, I know there is definitely a separate, waves, I think they were called, for the Navy, and then there's a very few, volunteers for, women in the Marine Corps, but again, those are just, freeing up soldiers at the front. Yeah, okay, and these women, and there's, I'm not saying there's not a lot of women that wouldn't, and there are obviously women going into the military today as a volunteer, but they don't want to be forced to. They want to have all special privileges. They want to have a, whenever they look around and they see something good that men have, they want to be included in that. So like CEOs and vice presidents of companies and partners in law firms and doctors and all that stuff, How many of, and if there's not a equal number, a 50-50 split between CEOs that are male and female, something is wrong in this world, let alone that corporations are sexist if half of the CEOs aren't women. What's the percentage? Are they ever going to complain about bricklayers? About plumbers? About carpenters? About machinists? About steel workers? So they want to be the CEO of the steel manufacturing company, but they don't want to be the worker in the steel mill. Yes, I do know that there is a strength concern on some jobs, but still. And I remember, you know, I'm not going to mention her name, but a skinny little woman on Fox News, one of the commentators. What, you want to draft me and holding up her skinny little arms? What good am I going to do in a fight? That's just silly. Well, you draft them to do national service if you're going to draft men. And right now men in America have to sign up for what they call the selective service when you turn 18 to be able to be drafted. Now, they don't draft anybody, but you have to sign up. But you don't have, but women, there's no even option for them to sign up. So, yeah, you may want to draft women to sit back and be the typist. You know, you know, rear area work of some sort to free up men. But no, they don't want that. And this has been my experience since watching this as a child, since the 1970s. It's always about where there's something that's cool or high prestige or whatever. The women want into that. But they never want to get into the difficult things. And so I think this whole, you know, you may be thinking, gamer hates women or gamer doesn't want women to vote. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying let's be fair about it. Women want special privileges without the costs of those privileges. So that is my contention. And yes, 100 out of all of America, 150,000, okay, equivalent of 7 divisions in there, that's fine. But that is not. Yes, Mr. Duck. Thank you. Yeah. And you know, hey, I don't care if people think I'm full of you know, if I'm, you know, full of bullshit, fine. You can disagree with me. I'm, you know, I periodically talk to some people here and they get feedback from some other people. Well, they don't like this or they're afraid. Look, you don't have to agree with me to want to hang out here, and I'm not going to dislike you if you disagree with me. That's fine. I may think you're wrong, but, you know, can you leave again? Why? Yeah, you got to sort of, Arno gets in moods, Mr. Duck, so... please, he isn't too bad of a person, but you know, we have to sort of put up with him. But yeah, so it's just, you know, because, you know, so I just have, you know, I've been watching this for years and years and years, that, you know, it's just not going to be the way. And so I could go into some more, you know, stuff about it, but I'm not. But it's just, you know, and I guess when I see women in military leadership positions, I have two reactions to it. In military leadership positions I'm talking about, is one, a sort of a diversity hire or a quota hire or something like this. Not that they are the best for the job. I'm not saying they're bad, and I'm not saying that some of the women aren't the best, but that's my impression is, you know, when we're talking about the modern military, that there are they're promoted up. They're there just to say, hey, for example, a woman can tell a man needs to pay for dinner, yet a man can't tell a woman to cook him dinner. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff like that. I just within a week or so, and I don't know how old it is, but it was like a woman carrying a washing machine, for clothes, sort of big thing. And I don't know, it looked fairly big, and she was carrying it up. This was in Europe, I'm pretty sure. Carrying it like up from an underground, carrying up some stairs, like from a subway or underground or whatever you want, the metro or whatever you want to call it. And why was nobody helping her? Seeing all the men around, I don't know if this was meant as a social experiment, because normally people don't carry big utilities do that. Well, women claim they want equality and don't need no man to help them. So, and she was doing it. I don't know if it was particularly lightened. I would have trouble carrying it up the steps. So either she's very fit, and there are very fit women, of course, or it was particularly lightened just for some sort of. Because the cell phone and everything was there. I'm not believing that it was just purely organic. Some woman was like somehow took that on the underground to take it to get repaired, or bought it and take it and bring it. No. So I think it was more of a social commentary or social experiment or something that they were doing. But in the military, I think, like I say, they're either a diversity hire or a quota hire, just to make sure that we have enough women in it. That's whenever I see it, my impression is that. Now, I'm not saying that that's the fact, but that's my impression. And my next question is, and yeah, we have, like I say, Tinky, who's around sometimes, and played War Thunder, and who was in the artillery in the German army. And my main editor for both German and English editing for my mod was a woman. I didn't realize that at first, because people have various interesting screen names, and it wasn't clear to me that at first. She was already working for me, and I didn't know that she was a woman. But she was really into Hearts of Iron, and she was part of a reenactment group, because she one time, hey, we've got this new cannon, and it was a world or an 18th century cannon in our group. Okay, so she's really into it. But these are sort of unicorns. These are the rare women out there that are really into military subjects, and they exist. They absolutely exist. But I feel a lot. Why does a woman want to be an officer in the Army? And I really have to question, why are they there? As an individual. Now, maybe if I talk to them and go, oh yeah, no, because I really. And yeah, I was just in the Army ROTC, and as one of the people, well, that isn't being the real thing. Yep, I know, but it's military training, and I've also studied the history of warfare heavily. And I look at particularly being an officer in the military as a rather dark and grim profession, because your job as an officer is to kill people, okay? But your job as an officer in the Army is not to kill the enemy. Is to kill your people, okay? The soldier, the guy who's shooting the rifle or shooting the machine gun, his job is to kill the enemy. Your job as an officer is to say, Private Smith, you go run over there and pick up that thing and run back here. Because you're telling them to go out there and pick up something that's important and bring it back because it's important. But if not today, the next day or the day after the next or one of the days, you're going to tell Private Smith or Private Jones or Private whoever, and he's going to go get killed doing that. And then you're going to say to Private Smith, okay, now that Private Jones died, Private Smith, you run out there and get that thing. Well, while we're, shooting to, suppressive fire or trying to throw smoke or, trying to make the job survivable, so there's a chance to survive. But your job is to send your men out to die. So now you're trying to achieve your goal with the fewest casualties. But notice in war, there's still the fewest casualties, not no casualties. And so being an officer, I see as a very, very grim job. So I have to wonder why women want that. Hello, Afghan AF, how you doing? I do follow a few on Twitter, the Afghan, resistance movements. So I don't know if you're from Afghanistan or just with that name, but cool. Good to have you here. Why is Twitch recommending me a streamer about hot tubs and pools? Because they realize men like to watch women in hot tubs or pools. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's sort of my commentary on all this. Now, of course, people are going to leave because they don't like my views, but whatever. I'm going to have my views. Okay. We've lost high popularity, or very high, and we're down to high popularity. Okay. We've heard that the Bismarck has been sunk. Yay! Yay, 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 yay. Bismarck down. Alright, rare materials, yes, you may have those, and... oh goody, we must have had, some of our armored, well, okay, no, just another division. Okay, but we now have a lot more. Okay, well, what we're going to do is, let's move that to necessary levels. Yes, Bismarck is down. Okay. Well, we've got a fair amount of destroyers coming, which is good. Okay, we got all these. Okay, that's pretty good. Was thinking about doing more of a second batch. Okay, we could use some more aircraft. Because we may need long-range ones. Let's go with a couple of those. And a couple of just interceptors. That will be useful. Let's go with another. I know we don't have a lot extra, but let's go with another division. Nope, let's go with a mechanized infantry battalion. And we'll do armor car since we'll have enough space there for you to get you started to get organized up. Well, if it did, I know, and I very cool with showing you, what the current model is in this game, but trust me, Arno, the model in relation to what's going on with, well, definitely with Black Ice, maybe also with the We don't need a commando in charge of this. With just standard black ice, but definitely a with a standard Hoi 3. The models have almost no reality or no relevance to the effects of what's going on. It really, yeah, Arno, it really doesn't correlate to what's going on. The models, they're just there for look and feel, immersion, whatever, but also just to give you a relative idea that you're progressing along the bunch. Yes, okay. Get these up to the top. Not that we need more of them, but sure, why not? Won't hurt us. Okay, interchange the troops. 5,000 money. Okay, 10,000. We don't really have that much money. Not right now. We should. Okay. Oh, 10, 10. Okay. Well, I don't want the descent. Okay. Air organization. We've been doing naval organization. Sailing sisters. Let's send Bing Crosby. Now that's Bob Hope. Again with a, I don't know who, but we'll send Bing Crosby. He was a singer. And in what they call the road pictures, like the road to Singapore, the road to Bali, sort of comedy, they were a duo, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. They both sung. Bob Hope was definitely the better comedian by far. The USA would have in numbers in July. The Germans would be royally. Oh, they would be royally screwed. That is for sure. Oh, we've taken out another German sub. Good. Oh, you're okay. Let's go back to the base briefly, at least to move one sub or one destroyer. That was a crash. Damn. That was a crash. Well, we're going to end the episode here, but we're going to go back to whatever the last autosave or save. Thank you very much, and we'll be starting this again. I don't know why we had a crash, but thanks everyone. Okay, guys. Well, like I say, crash. We'll just restart it. I know your screen is black. And I heard a little beeping noise, so okay, no problem, Mr. Duck. I understand. I'm just glad you're interested. See you tomorrow. I know you like War Thunder a lot, but I totally understand. Okay, so single player. Let's see, save games, auto save. Don't know what caused that crash. I'm gonna figure out how much time did we, where we were at. Let me just check here. Hold on. Hold on. I'm still here. Yes, I know you're seeing that thing. Just want to see how much time we lost. Was that a whole month, or was it trying to save and it crashed? Or did an event not work right and crash? No, okay, just the 3rd of July it was on. That's okay, so just we lost 3 days. Too bad. Okay, well. Right. Now, let's go back here and remember we did 2 of those. 2 standard interceptors. Built out a pretty good division. There we go. I think that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, it does say the M26 Pershing. All right, well, let's start again. Welcome, my friends. This is Gamer1745 here, and if you watched the end of the last episode, we had a crash. Now, we only lost about 3 days of the game. I don't know why it crashed. I don't know if an event was trying to fire, and that may have crashed it. So we probably, because it's now after the, this probably won't be seeing a lot of events until the beginning of next month. So we might be having trouble here. I don't know. Okay. We pushed up into here. They're coming here now. They're coming into. Okay, now we've got 2 divisions defending against 4 divisions from Italy. No. Belgium is not doing enough to warrant trade with them of that stuff. What are we doing out here in the Pacific? Like we're about ready to take. And we'll tech. The infantry unit training. Okay, well, we made it past the day of the crash, but like I say, if it just wasn't, sort of an event crash or random crash of some sort. Oh, we got a lot. Okay, well, we may need to oh, yeah, okay. I'm not sure why we had that crash. Okay, so we've got this pause. Okay, so we're continuing to deal with that very effectively. Okay, so they're going to go home. We're going to go up to here. We have a few more divisions. Okay. Yeah. One with the liners, you come over here. We'll get a few more divisions up because we're going to take some more islands. As soon as these guys get back over here. How are we doing for supplies? Okay, we're supplying into here, we're supplying into here. Okay, Special Forces Combined Arms has advanced. Well, that's down here. Okay, we'll let that continue. Naval bomber prototypes, that'll probably grayed out. Yes. Oh, we want to do twin engine fighter prototypes actually next, I think. And air superiority tactics. Yeah, we're gonna come up here. I didn't realize we were a little bit behind here. I'm doing some of that research. Okay, let's ground attacking air support our British allies in their defense of Gibraltar. No, we took out another Nazi sub. Okay, well, we lost the Hopewell, but we took out 2 Italian destroyers here off of Spain. Well, I guess that's... Oh, you've been shadowing somebody. Where are your normal... operations? I don't want you to following somebody into the Mediterranean or around the globe. Stay on... Stay on... Okay, they're pretty well beat up, the people bombing. Not that we can't beat them up more, but I think that's good enough for the moment. Okay. Get on board the ships. Get on board the ships. Okay. You guys come up to, well, I guess to here for now. Rebase to here. That way we can use some of these divisions to invade other places. Okay, getting rid of more enemy subs. Motor torpedo boats against submarines, yay. Range finding equipment, how far away are you? Looks like we took out a sub there, good. Make the Axis fear the water. Okay, well now we have our invasion force here ready, so let's attach you to the 3rd Army under Patton. Okay, and there we go. you get on board there. Now we're going to, I think we're going to go to the Canary Islands first. Invasion. Good. Syria, you can have, yes, you can have some energy. Heavy armored designs have advanced. Well, good. What is keeping us from doing, maybe it's advanced armored designs, wet ammo storage? No, I don't think so. Or it's not that. So, what is keeping us from doing light and medium armor of 1943? Maybe one of these guns. Okay, well, we'll do the small caliber gun next. Finally, one of our armored divisions is has deployed, or redeployed, is ready. Okay, let's do a mechanized division. Why did I do that? I don't know. Mechanized. And yeah, just light armor and support. There we go. Now we're finally heading towards getting a good American army that can crush the enemy. And not and good enemy units, not just fight the Italians. Oh wow. Okay, you guys are not doing so well, so retreat. Just being hit a little too hard. Hoping to do better because they've actually been pushed out of their capital here. Mountain HQ's good, and again, the main reason I'm still doing all of these is because I really have yet to need the HQs, though I don't normally need so many as Germany either. But it's reduced time between attacks, so that's useful. Short strike tactics, we're going to stop that. That is here. Yeah, stop that for now. Stop. Okay. Yeah, not enough airbase to properly so we're going to send you back across the Atlantic to here where we have plenty of airbase to repair, and you're going to come over here as a replacement. Oh well, that was fast. Okay, stop. If it's that fast, yeah, you just base into there. You take that, and we will create a supply convoy. We're going to come out of Washington, D.C. because it seems to be the favorite spot. There. Let's see. Let's come out of San Francisco and go to here. Now that we have that, what we're also going to do is grab one of these flying boat units and send them over here to Chile. No. Okay, they're attacking us down here. Well, hopefully we'll do okay. Oh. Aluminum surplus. Good. Unit command and control. I think we're overstretching our research here a little bit. Okay, well, high velocity gun. Good. And yes, armor piercing capped ballistic. Sounds like a complicated thing, but a good thing to research. Now you're an HQ. So yeah, we'll retreat you back. We've lost the whole battle? Wow, I didn't mean to retreat you back. Well, okay, Marine HQs. You now that they're in port and these guys have made it to there, you come to there. You get on board the boats. You get on board the boats, and you invade there. Naval strike. This whole region. Go for it. Shut down submarines, convoys, whatever you can find. You air intercept. Well, that's a much bigger area now that we are P-51s. State advance, nice. Too far in advance now. And recon unit coordination. Are you going to take Casablanca for the supply point? Well, yes, once I declare war on Vichy. Currently, Vichy is, for some reason, these guys landed here. Thought I invaded down here. Oh, God. Well, because I can't supply these guys. I guess I could air supply them. If we don't win here, we'll air supply. So yeah, right now I'm trying to isolate all of the Spanish territories because I don't want the big charging Italian army coming at me while I'm too weak here. So we will in time. Okay, they're attacking us here. Well, okay. Sonar detection. And detection equipment advance. Out, fine. And paratrooper HQs. Do I want to? Yeah, we're not going to do the 42s right now. That. But what we can do is the 44 here. And so yeah, like I say here, once I get a few more armored divisions and a few more divisions, then we will, instead of do a landing, we're just going to break out of Tangier's area here and push with which hopefully will help us a lot. But yeah. I guess you can have technical information on building a sub, and no, we don't want to. Yeah. Instance. I'm sure I said to invade there, but sometimes the orders go wrong or something, so we're going to tell them to invade down here. Just so that I'm not entirely defending everything here. I want to be on the offensive. And I can fly or bring over air transports to do air supply if need be, if this is going to go long enough. Okay, we'll do that. Run down in here, good. Okay, you guys go back up to here. Rebase to here. You go back to Hawaii. Radio communications. Better Marine divisions and HQs mechanized. Yeah, we'll let that continue. Why don't you have supply? Because for some reason there's no supply coming to here. Okay. I know there had been San Francisco to Honolulu. Where's Honolulu? Okay, well, for some reason, I know I put that over to manual, but I thought it was already running. I don't know. Run that way, get supply in there. Okay, you attack that way now. Okay, now they've stopped attacking up here, which will allow me to attack this way. Get them in a pincer movement. Okay, what, my other armored division? Yes, got my other armored division deployed. Very good. Okay, well, 9 versus 17. Yeah, let's do motorized, properly motorized division. Do tank. Ooh, tank destroyers are expensive, but yeah, we'll do that. Okay, properly motorized division coming. 40 points. 40 million. Hey, Eric, how you doing? Well, good. Looks like an armory. Well, fine. That's not a bad thing. It's not in my book, but okay, we'll get some more divisions coming one way or another here. Okay. Let's see, crew trainings, do we need? No, it doesn't look like too much for crew trainings. Let's do carrier group doctrine. Okay, United Kingdom, you can have the copper. Slurry barrel. Yeah, I guess so. We're not facing a lot of bombings, but we're going to be taking territories that could be useful. There. Yeah, we can. Well, move it over to hydrophones. Better ASW operations. I think that's a little more critical. Okay, well, here, come to there. Oh, thinking you're supposed to be ground attacking. Okay, combat medicine, that's useful. Casualty trickle back higher, armored HQs. Yeah, we'll let it go. Just a 43 technology and anti-aircraft ammunition. I think that is here. Still don't know. Maybe we just need to do. Oh, we're doing that. Well, no. That can't be it. Probably advanced armor design, but I don't. Let's do better engines. I don't know. Strategic bombing tactics, nice. Yeah, we'll let that continue. No fuel. These all fuel. Oh no. You like crude oil, okay. I hope you're not going to sell it on to Germany or anything like that. As long as you don't do that, we're good. We got plenty of crude oil. Yes, we are flying into there. Okay, we have that division and that division. And we'll go with the second armor division far. Pretty nice division. Well, we could do better than that. Come on, let's go with. I think we can. Yes. This U.S. Grant Division, we'll just give him a veteran. First, let's see about, yeah, not a Marine Corps division. Well, okay, Clay, this one, yes. Veteran HQ. Make it a little better unit there. Okay, well, you know, let's, I just want to often load up to send you up to there. Okay, and let's grab another HQ here. Well, actually, let's do 3rd Army Area HQ. Put you on board. And you're not on board, you can get on board. Yeah, just a motorized corps will probably be just fine. Put you on board. Okay, we've got a lot of stuff here, lightly escorted. What could be a problem with all of that? Oh, well, enough. Okay, do I have any heavier ships laying about here? Yes, we do. Okay, these guys are the ones I think went over to the Mediterranean. Oh no, okay, okay. No, not the Mediterranean, over to the Red Sea. A heavy cruiser, and we'll add in two more destroyers. Okay, that should be an all-right escort. And we've sunk the Bismarck and there's a bunch of other heavy German ships, so that should do it for most things. We'll send you up to here. One thing to beat up on the Spanish or something, it's another thing to go after proper German divisions. These guys are in bad shape. The rest aren't so bad. That's an HQ, but yeah. Let's see if we can move you into the back area here a little bit more. Rear area. Oh, we got a little naval fight out here. Against some subs, well good. You can have rare materials. No, we're not buying fuel. You guys can bomb them, ground attack. Light bomber prototypes have advanced, very good. Let's do close air. No, do carrier. The save button. So, yeah, I guess you can use some of our tech. No. To build a better sub. Well, now we have a bunch. Well, we can't highlight them, but we can see here a bunch of French units here that hopefully are getting reinforced. I think these are used forces that had to retreat out of here or something. Okay, well, oh, we haven't looked at, okay, the Eastern Front, we haven't looked in a while. Okay, Germany is still doing all right up in the north. I think they've been pushed back a little bit, especially we see here. But we see in the central, they're being pushed almost to the Baltic states and to Tristania here. They've been pushed all the way back and they've lost Odessa. Wow. And really, if you haven't been watching enough of the episodes, and Britain has turned over a lot of its forces over to Saudi control. The only reason the Italians were able to break out is just because Britain lost way too many transports and could not supply everything as they needed to. Okay, let's click over to here. Yeah, we're looking like we're sinking a lot more than they're oh no, we could be aggressive. Yeah, we're sinking a lot more of them than they're sinking of us, but we're still having some losses here. Okay. Normal view. Some of these have my... Yeah, they may be all out. Okay, good, I guess. Hey, Starstreak. How you doing? You can tell Arno is bored. He is making bad jokes. Okay, twin engine pilot training has advanced. Okay, well, let's go over to heavy bomber pilot training. Okay, well, we're getting there for a North Africa general declaration of war type thing. Okay, let's do a... I'm a bad joke? Well, maybe. If I was going to be a joke, I'd at least want to be a good joke, you know. Let's send you over to here. Get a little more ships out to go after the subs. Oh, I know you are, but yeah. Why did Gamer cross the road? I don't know. Why did Gamer cross the road? Yeah, I've asked Arno, and I don't think he's done it yet. Because Arno really is actually a good moderator when there's actually some moderating to be done. You know, there really hasn't been to play a game, of course. Oh, okay. But there hasn't been much. I mean, for a while we were being spammed with lots of spam bot accounts, but that hasn't happened fortunately recently. But for Arno, it means a little more boredom. But like I say, he's a very good moderator. He says hi to just about everybody who actually says something in chat. And through several different platforms. So I really can't praise him too highly. But I know I've asked him to get a joke book. Not necessarily spend money, because you can find probably something online that you know, you can download a PDF file. It's just to be able to have jokes to, you know, actually, you know, somebody's written that like when I have to step away from the stream or something for a moment, he could tell a joke or two in chat, you know. So he's dying to wield his big sword. Yes, he is. But yeah, I mean, like I do say, Arno is a great moderator. But a joke book would be cool, that he could tell some funny jokes once in a while. Okay, that was artillery. Do some of these 44. I'm gonna do elite commandos and buy you the book. Well, I'm saying you should maybe try to be inventive and find a way to acquire it yourself. Night equipment. Let's do night equipment. What does night equipment entail? I don't know. Why did the fish say when, or what did the fish say when it hit the wall? Damn. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I get that. That's funny. That's a funny one. See how useful these things can be. Oh, wait a minute. We had a victory. Okay. Southern Balearic Island. Okay, it's down here. Right. Okay. You stop. You stop. That way, once we occupy here, we'll be able to crush this, and they won't be able to escape. No, I actually wanted good jokes and not jokes that Arno would write. Haha, yes. I'm not saying I'm good at jokes either. I'm just saying I wanted some good jokes. Okay, let's put you out around. There we go. You fly out there, hunt subs. And of course, I didn't know fish could say anything, but you know, well, hey. But yeah, no, dam is. This dam would be a wall under the water. Possibly hit that. Okay, yes. Now, right. We're going to need to push down like Paul suggests and get Casablanca to better supply through here. We will want to do that. And what will be the really good thing is I hope the Vichy territory will be over to U.S. occupation, so I can directly send supplies there. So we don't have to worry about either Vichy or French or British supply ship situation. Now we're seeing here because of this, okay, they got forces all along these beaches. Now I don't know how good they are, but that'll be a significant thing. They won't be German, fortunately, but okay, yeah. Nothing more to send at the moment. Let's even grab a few more HQs and send it over that way. Well, we don't quite want to do dirty jokes, Arno. Like I said, I can tell you're bored because you're going in that direction. Yeah, I'm sure you could write dirty jokes just fine. That's not what I was thinking. We needed good jokes because, again, these stupid ass invasions that they do. I don't know why. Torpedo auto-loading system. Just mostly for historical reasons. I've not done the snorkel. If you're wondering why I haven't. Yes, I know it would benefit me, but Bomb. Have a um, pigeon guided bomb. You guys know about the pigeon guided bomb attempt? They tried to do, didn't work out, of course, but I don't know who had the idea, but okay, yes, so pause. Come on, pause. The Rainbow Division, yes. Fine, expand our factories, very good. Oh, they have a bunch of artillery factory. Didn't we have a bunch that we need to yeah, oh, I guess they went to where they needed to go. Okay. We have plenty of oil, 296 over what we're using, 300, 487, and 1100 energy. Yeah. Got married last week. The wedding was only okay, but the reception was great. Yes, yes, yes. I'm okay. Cool. Okay, the Seventh Army, Seven Steps to Hell. Okay, historic. Okay, Seventh Army was entered World War II. After that, Sicily. Okay, yeah, we'll form that. Climb to Glory. The 10th Mountain Division. Yes, they're still around. Actually, I believe. So there's been cut back some things. Trailblazers, good. Expand our minds, good. Battle of Inawotek. Okay, now, yes. Semper Fi. Okay, we're gonna do better because we have taken the martial art necessary stepping stone. Yes, so we've got that. We've already talked about that, and we just lost a bunch of destroyers here. Wow. Somewhere around here. Okay. You go back. Wow, I wonder what they ran into. Oh boy, good thing it wasn't this convoy full of units. That would have been really sucky. That's why. Okay, let's move these guys to the top. Now, I'm going to save this because we had a crash about this time last month, just in case there's an event coming up. I want to get it past the first of the month. Save it. Okay, we could. Okay, yes, another armor division. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Now we have Third Army Area, Eastern Defense Command. Okay, well, that Third Army. You under the Third Army as well. And let's give you maybe somebody that doesn't use a whole lot of supply. I think for skill level for commanders, at least in my experience, I don't really rate that as being terribly necessary in this game I'm talking about, not like in real life. There. You come down to here. You get ready to drive. Well, we got rid of subs there. Don't know what took all those destroyers out. Uh-oh. Okay, Patton strikes soldier. This we talked about before. Patton was visiting the 15th Evacuation Hospital in Nicosia, Cyprus, when he encountered Private Charles Kuhn, who was in the hospital for malaria and dysentery as well as shell shock. Patton asked Private Kuhn what he's in. Kuhn says, "I just can't take it." Right, lost his temper. Would strike another soldier's incident became public knowledge. Okay, amend patent. Okay, national manpower down, organization regain and reinforcement bonus, reprimand patent until November 43. Okay, well, I don't think he deserves a commendation. Okay, however, it might recommend patent for this type of behavior. It will serve to get his troops in line and encourage the right behaviors. However, it might affect your short-term. Yeah, okay, actually, yeah. Okay. Slap patent. I've seen, and I highly recommend the movie called Patton, starring George C. Marshall. No, not George C. Marshall. That's George C. Scott, because there's Marshall, the general. Why did I say that? I don't know. George C. Scott, great movie. It's sort of very much of the time period in many ways. It presents Patton again more through the lens of what I'm not sure exactly the date, but the late 1960s, early 1970s, I think. America, Vietnam, and all that. A general officer, meaning a general, not that's where the general, because that's the term goes back to just a general officer. That's what it meant. Not a colonel, not a captain. And this goes back to the 18th century, a general officer. This is before they had divisions. A general officer, sort of, an officer that you would command formations larger than a battalion, shall we say. And eventually they came into the idea of a brigadier general, a major general, and sort of giving hierarchies that way. But a general officer. We're not talking a lieutenant, we're not talking a captain. but even there to a degree, very much so, I would say there too. But a general officer should never be in a situation where he is striking anybody. I guess the only thing is if you allow duels and they want to fight a duel with some other officer, but he should never be slapping anybody. That is the wrong approach. There are times, and I know we've talked about, I'm old. And I don't know what the modern military mind might be thinking, because the modern military mind is more interested in frivolities than they are, war fighting. You called somebody, you used the wrong pronoun? God. But it's very appropriate, shall we say, for an NCO to lay hands on, which could, whether it means slapping or beat the shit out of some of the troops, because that's what an NCO is there for to do. Now, I'm not saying that, hey, you're in garrison and the, peacetime and the NCO should be little thugs. No, that's not what I'm talking about at all. I'm not talking about like corporal punishment either. I'm talking about, because I really don't think, corporal or physical punishment is very effective for discipline, shall we say. But in times past it was probably needed, but I don't know that it is now. Now you should do physical, or you should do punishment of run up and down the hill or whatever, or do 50 laps around some buildings, or walk guard posts, make them physically tired, make them do unpleasant things. I mean, not like terribly unpleasant, but somewhat unpleasant things if they're not behaving, troops aren't behaving right. But if you're, shall we say, in a war, and not necessarily just in the situation of, combat, direct combat, people are shooting at you, but whether it's having somebody, because yes, there are people, we call it PTSD today. Back in shell shock, the term really starts, that I know of at least, in reference to World War I, and they thought it was literally to do with the shock of the shells. But we can look at diaries. I was reading about a Napoleonic era soldier and some of his mental issues. This is going on forever in warfare. And I'll tell you what, just like I was talking earlier about officers' job is to kill their people, is to send, if you didn't listen to that part, is, send them out to do something like go, obviously an assault the hill, but say if there's just, say, hey, private, go climb on top of that building and look around. Well, one day you're going to be sending somebody up there and he's going to get sniped. So you're going to, not that you kill, physically shoot your people or something like that, but you're telling them to do things that will get them killed. Okay, so you're using up your people. So a military uses up its people, and part of it is PTSD type things. Now, once the war, once the war is over, once the deployment is over, then as we in society develop better ways of treating mental conditions, I'm absolutely for various mental health type developments to get soldiers better for this. Absolutely. But when you're in the field, people are dying around you. Your people, civilians, obviously we now know looking back, and yeah, some very high level people did sort of know a little bit about the death camps, but there's people dying in death camps. So we're going to use up people to end this war faster. Okay, so if you've got a soldier, whether it's because it's PTSD type situation, or just he's goofing off, or whatever it is, in a serious situation, yeah, maybe an NCO should punch that guy a few times, kick him a few times, keep him in line physically. That's sort of the NCO's type job. I know, me saying this, if I ever was going to be anywhere near command of any soldiers, oh no, we don't do that anymore. Well, different armies are different and whatnot, and again, we're talking about a draft army. So something like an NCO doing that, striking somebody because he just can't take it anymore, kind of thing. Well, fine, we'll send you over the top first time because you're no longer useful to us. You'll just go catch a bullet to save somebody who can keep taking it. So yeah, they're slapping a soldier, whether it's good medicine or not, to try to get him back into him or others back into the fight. Very well, or was trying to, somebody in shock, trying to slap them, get them back to their senses, get them back to paying attention, kind of thing. That very well may be appropriate, but it may not be the best. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. It may not be the best thing in a hospital afterwards to try to get the guy's attention focused back into the fight, but it should never be the general. Okay, we might say, if not quite in the hospital, not, like under combat conditions, maybe a lieutenant or a captain might see the situation and try to get a guy who's panicking, who's, not functioning well, trying to get him back focused into fighting. So yeah, that may be a good thing or a reasonable thing for an officer to do. But not a general. So Patton is wrong just there. Patton should not be the one doing this. Even whether it's appropriate to do this at all for this soldier, he should not be doing this. Now, what do you do with a Patton who does this? Well, of course, like I just talked about the movie Patton, my appreciation of Patton is colored by this movie. And I've read some books. I don't know if I've read a whole lot. I've read at least one on something on Patton, but Patton's maybe somebody I should read a bit more about, but Patton knew, I am sure, that part of an officer's job is acting. Okay, like an actor on a stage play is playing a role. Is even if you're tired and you're worn out, like an actor, you want to get up on stage and smile and pretend you're having fun. It just that's your job. Well, a general's job is to act the role of general in public. I think Patton, in a way, loved the war. But that doesn't mean that he was unaffected himself by sending men out to die. Like I say, like if you got a piece of equipment that's gets dropped and it has to be picked up, and the enemy are going to shoot at whoever runs out to get that piece of equipment. Well, okay, you got to order somebody to do it. Now, of course, you also have your the rest of the platoon or company or whatever it is, put out suppressing fire. If you've got some smoke grenades, you try to throw a few smoke grenades to give the guy you're ordering out, to run out and pick up that piece of critical equipment, to give him a possible chance of survival. And so, and we're talking critical. We're not just talking like, oh, hey, it would be nice to have that extra compass. No, we're talking like, oh shit, we need a fucking compass. And that's the only one, and it's out there. And you got to go pick it up, or something, something critical. You need a compass to be able to, not just to know which way direction north is, but to call in artillery or whatever, because you want to be able to give it a, because you can look at a map and go, hey, yeah, we're near building whatever here on the map, but what angle to direct to, so you've got to have this compass. And there's enemies shooting machine gun fire at anybody who runs out into the open. Well, you got to send somebody out there to do it. And no, it is not the officer's job. You maybe say, well, if he was the one that dropped it, but maybe he didn't, because maybe it's a dead guy who was your forward observer who had the compass, and he's out there and he, was running as you all dashed across the open field. So it may not be the officer's fault that it's out there, but you've got to get that compass or that map or that whatever it is. And no, the officer should not sacrifice himself, because his job is to command, the unit. He's got to send somebody out there who has a decent chance of dying. Maybe, like again, say you're putting suppressive fire and you're going to try to do what you can to get them to save. So, but that affects you. You're killing people by sending them out. And you got to look at the faces, and you've got to order somebody to go out there and do it. That's got to affect you. Okay, well, Patton is doing that on a grander scale. Now, like when we're playing, because I'll tell you, one of the game that I really do love, but it really does affect me because it very much is similar to what training I did get in the Army, is I'm blanking. Vietka's game, the Armored Brigade, because it's sort of the 80s and NATO versus Soviets, and it's very much sort of training and losing troops that really sort of like, yeah, man, I was very close to maybe doing that kind of stuff. And it really sort of resonates, hits close to home for me. And I know it's just a video game and I'm not having PTSD over it, but it does sort of hit close to home. And another game that Submarine does make, and they're also coming out with another sort of nuclear war game. I don't intend on ever playing them. I mean, if they gotta have somebody to do it, fine. But there's like Global Thermonuclear War or whatever, that's sort of a nuclear war game. I don't ever want to play that. I mean, yes, I would do it as a job. It's not like so terrible I wouldn't do it. It's not like that, but it's just not a fun thing to do, because I grew up in the Cold War, nuclear war, nuking cities. No, I don't find that fun. I'll do it for a job, but I would never just out of fun want to buy or just want to play a game that is primarily dealing with nuking, doing nuclear war. Now you need to have people to study it, because we have nukes and we got to figure out how best to fight. And I will check out Paul's comments here in a moment. I do see you posting. I'm not ignoring them. I'll get to them. And so people should study nuclear war, but it's not, to me, just a flippant game. But so yeah, the higher, the soldiers that killed the most people in like World War II are some of the soldiers that are most fine with it, because they're the pilots who dropped the bombs. And we could talk about the nukes, but dropping bombs on cities, those are soldiers that killed so many more people than your average rifleman or your average machine gunner, or artilleryman who kills the most people, because they're not seeing the face of the person they're killing. They may know they're killing people by dropping bombs on factories that are in the middle of a city and seeing the city, engulfed in flames. But you don't have the same emotion. At least this is everything that I've read or heard about impact. So yeah, with Patton, you're not maybe getting the face of the soldier dying, but it's got to be affecting him, because he's sending these soldiers out that are dying. And here he sees somebody who just can't take it, and Patton knows that because this guy can't take it, somebody else is going to die in his place, if you will. And so I'm very forgiving of. I'm not saying it's good or correct and Patton should do it. Obviously, I've already said he shouldn't. But I'm also very forgiving of Patton because he's going through this situation of being, in the stress, detached. I see Star Trek, Starstreak saying from your combat versus stabbing somebody with a knife. Stabbing somebody with the knife in the dark in the jungle is probably a lot less traumatic than stabbing somebody in the knife in a trench in the middle of the broad daylight in World War I, where you're looking in his eyes as as he dies. So even literally the same maybe actions and same, but you just can't see it at night. Fighting the Japanese or somebody or whatever. So it's that kind of real element. And I think about these things when I'm playing these games. They're not just flippant games for me, but I'm fascinated by the topic. I'm fascinated by the subject, as you guys can tell. So for me, it is something I want to be involved with. But like I say, at the higher level, you're a little more detached, but it's got to be affecting you. So I fully forgive Patton for what he's doing. Now, he definitely deserves, and generally speaking, you reprimand in private and you praise in public. That is generally how best to do it. Now, whether because Patton did have to do an I'm sorry lap or speeches, and was forced to do that. Whether he should have been forced to do that or not, I don't think he should have been removed of command even after the second one. He definitely deserved the talking to by Bradley was his subordinate at the time, I believe. Though later on, of course, Bradley is promoted above Patton, and Patton becomes his subordinate. I don't know whether it's Eisenhower or whoever. He needs a talking to. He needs to make sure he doesn't do this again, especially after the second one. Because over one, I don't know that it's worth talking to him about it, because you may just presume he realizes he shouldn't do this. But he deserves a talking to. Whether he deserves a public reprimand or not, I don't know. He definitely doesn't deserve to be removed from command over this, because it isn't such egregious. He didn't pull out a gun and shoot somebody. He isn't doing something that, like, oh my God, this guy's having too much stress to command this division in this war. No, it's nothing like that. So though it's not something I would do to praise him over. But we're going to go with, because I have plenty of manpower at the time, we're getting ready for some fights, and we're having some fights out in Egypt that organization regain rate and reinforcement bonus would be nice. So we're going to maintain our discipline of our people. Blood and fire, shall we inform Desert that infantry blood and fire camp? Yes. Okay, ask for more money. Okay, we have it. Good. And I just want to save this again. I know I just did, but I see when I start to see two images in a row, or two events coming up in a row without a event image, and now we are getting a really slow reload, so I'm just going to, or my save, so I'm just taking my hands off anything, and we're just going to let this take time. That means the game is being stressed, and you want to let it just take its time to save, and then we will see about reloading it. Okay, Patton was responding as he was taught from his experience in World War I. It was thought that since the soldier was buried in himself by yelling, shamming, and striking, the soldier would fight back. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different reactions coming out because of World War I. One thing from my armchair analysis, meaning, and sometimes armchair analysis is better than being there analysis, because you are more detached, and you can look at things from a perspective of not in the moment, but looking at it. I think counterinsurgency warfare is actually more stressful than some of the traditional warfare, because a lot of American soldiers and British soldiers and German soldiers felt safe most of the time. It was only when they went into combat did they feel endangered. And you can look at a lot of soldiers that were in a lot of divisions that were deployed that never got a combat infantryman's badge. They were never in 60 days or whatever it was. They were never logged in as being in combat that many days, because your unit may be in combat for a day and then not, still like pursuing forward, still at the front line, but no one's shooting at you and you're not shooting at anybody else, and it's not considered combat, if you know what I mean. So you can go and you can have, but even though when you're in combat, it may be just 20-30 minutes of actual sort of combat, you're shooting at somebody or whatever, and then there's a lot of downtime and you feel safe. Where in counterinsurgency warfare, every fucking step can be terror, because you're worried about stepping on a mine or a tripwire in Vietnam, or as you're walking around the big American base of Kandahar, or not Kandahar, I forget the big American air base there, sort of super complex that they had. And any moment could be a rocket, and because I've heard soldiers, and I've been in person, they were talking to a group in an audience, but less than 20 people, and I was one of the people in the audience talking about their experience, and an incoming rocket or into like the green zone or something in Afghanistan, or not in Iraq or whatever. So and that have these things blow up around them, and if I was just walking down that path 5 minutes earlier, that would have gotten me, literally, or whatever. They're that close because they just walked along the path, or they were going to be walking along that path in a very short time, and in comes the mortar round or rocket round. So you're constantly living under this fear of your next step or the next moment a rocket can come in and kill you, where very much in World War II, or something like the 18th century and Napoleonic Wars, most of the time you don't feel in danger. You're just marching around, and your biggest enemy is your NCOs and officers, and it's only rarely do you get into a battle with any sort of enemy. So now World War I was with way new weapons that they weren't used to dealing with prior to that. Flamethrowers, machine guns, artillery that wasn't just throwing either a solid steel or iron ball, or a they did have howitzers and stuff that did have some black powder explosives, but not high explosive. So artillery was scary, but it wasn't all the time. But World War I, with that sort of grinding daily events happening while you're at the front line, and at any moment there could be an artillery barrage, you don't know. And so that whole thing was a new experience for humanity, shall we say. I mean, you can see some early stages of it in the Russo-Japanese War, and you can look at like the American Civil War, some of the sieges of Vicksburg or whatever, are getting into that scale, but it's still sort of a fairly rare thing. And so humanity was just learning to deal with this during World War I, and it's something new for it. And so, it's the stress. Is it lingering? Is it every day? That kind of thing. Many in the U.S. upset that they punished Patton at all. Oh, I know there were many upset with him, including the soldier he struck. It was the second time that shit hit the fan because Patton insulted the officers, doctors and nurses. I'll get to it. Patton cried at the death of his young aide in Tunisia. Ike, yes. Eisenhower. Well, but where was Eisenhower to, because he's presumably back in England when this is happening in Italy. So do you, do you does Ike fly out to talk to have a private word with Patton or whatnot? I don't know. They executed. Famously, some Australians who didn't have the death penalty got executed in World War I for desertion. And they executed soldiers in World War II. I think there were several American soldiers executed for desertion in face of the enemy, but that sort of needs that additional term for, at least in the Western service, for execution. For execution to be happening is for desertion in the face of the enemy. At least that's normally, including the British, I believe. Though, it's in the face of it. Desertion at other times, including knowing that you're going to be sent to the war, normally is just, well, in the 18th century it was normally being whipped, on the back, or running the gauntlet or something like that. Some various forms of punishment because they didn't really want to put you in prison. But mostly in America, and I think in Britain, for desertion during wartime, but not in the face of the enemy, is just like a prison sentence kind of thing, of some sort, or some other punishment. Firing squad, yes. New Zealanders 2, 5 from the Western Front, yeah, and you have to. As a military, you have to have your soldiers afraid for their lives from your own side if they, desert in the face of the enemy. Because you've got to be able to say, well, if my officer's telling me to run out there and do something, and I, have a 50-50 chance of surviving. Well, if I don't do it, I have a 100% chance of dying. Because one of the dirty little secrets, and, I really love the YouTube channel See an Arsenal here on YouTube that they talk about. They're branching out well past, they're keeping it to older guns, but they're no longer focusing. They still have a couple of things to wrap up on World War I, but they're no longer focusing on World War I guns. But they're, because See an Arsenal sort of stands for curios and relics, as opposed to like more modern guns. So they're keeping it sort of old stuff, but I really like their format. And they talk about, pistols in combat. Pistols in combat. And yeah, like all of the German MG-34 gunners that, are running around in the, ground somewhere. They also all carry a pistol. Often a Luger, but P-38 or some other pistol is issued to them as to sort of defend themselves in case, because you very well may be running around with your gun with no ammunition either in the gun at the time. I mean, they did have a nice little 75 round drum thing in there, but or whatever, but that may not be handy to get to. Now, of course, I also often think most of the German holsters, and I see them wearing them, are clamshell holsters, which means that the gun is fully contained inside of the leather holster, and there's normally buckled, in a way, so there's no quick way of getting that gun out of the holster. So I don't know how much good it is if in an emergency you need to sort of defend yourself with it. But at times your machine gun can be overheating, and so you got to stop shooting, and maybe somebody's attacking you. And yes, there's definitely, and they in the series they often talk about World War I and trench raiding, and pistols were very common to use it, and like in Vietnam in the Viet Cong tunnels. Some were just very simple tunnels, some were elaborate complexes. They generally took pistols and flashlights down in there to go fight in those tunnels, because rifles or submachine guns easily were too big and clumsy to take in there, and actually not helpful to take down into those places. So yeah, pistols are meant for combat. But the main reason, I'll tell you this right now, the main reason an officer has a pistol is not to shoot the enemy. The main reason an officer has a pistol is to shoot his own soldiers. That's the dirty little secret. Is the reason the officer has a pistol is to shoot his own soldiers. So when he's told somebody to go out there and pick that up and bring that back, if he's like looking at refusing to do it, the officer can sort of casually pull out his pistol and pull it and point it at Private and says, "You go and do that. Yes, you may die, but if you don't go do that, you will die. Because if it's not Private X, it's going to be Private Y or Private Z that has to run out and get that." We're talking a critical piece of equipment, not just like somebody dropped a magazine and go pick it up, full of ammo. It's a critical piece of equipment that somebody has to go do it. Well, and there may be a good chance that you're going to die. I'm not just saying a vague chance that could possibly happen, but a good chance. But it has to be done. And so you have to have that, and an officer needs to have that authority in the midst of combat, not just, okay, the thing is over, I'm pissed at you, sort of, or having a bad reaction, I'm going to pull my gun out and shoot you. It's not to be an execution weapon. That's different than execution, because execution is a planned event, not an emergency event. We're talking emergency use, and you want a pistol because you want it small and handy. And they're really, and again, if I was anywhere near the United States Army, I couldn't be saying this, but it is a historical, dirty little fact that they don't talk about much, even when they're training you. But the real reason because most lieutenants should never be pointing a gun and shooting at the enemy. If he has just one soldier, he should be telling that soldier, "Hey, shoot that guy over there, and then shoot this other guy." And he should be commanding. His job is to create a force and to command it and to look around. And yes, once in a while you do have, like the movie Zulu, that you're in a little besieged fort, and the enemy are coming over the barricade, and you need to shoot them with your pistol. Yes, that does happen in reality, but that really is not what's going to happen a lot. And you shouldn't have to shoot your own soldiers a lot, but it's that sort of. This is why I said earlier, being an officer is a grim task. You've got to trust as an officer that your officers are giving you tasks that are worth men's lives, So even if you know that, oh, well, we're going to attack that hill, well, we don't need to take the hill. We're not even going to try to take the hill. We're just attacking the hill to occupy the enemy while there's another attack going somewhere else. And you may start your attack out before the main attack, and your job isn't to get too many of your people killed, because you're just wanting to shoot at the hill and make the enemy think that you're going to try to take the hill. And so so it's not you're not going to try to expose your soldiers to too much risk, because you don't want to use up your platoon or your company or your battalion, whatever scale of officer you are, and you're just going to shoot at the hill, move up soldiers, try. Now maybe if the enemy runs away, starts running away, if they're French or something, you may end up actually taking the hill, and great. But if there's strong opposition, you may know that, well, hey, they're all dug in, and there's a company of them up there, and even though you have 2 companies or maybe a full battalion, you really need artillery, and you really need 2 battalions and to do it effectively. But hey, you've got a battalion and whatever, but you're gonna do a light a pinning attack, and so you trust that you're not just doing this so that some higher level commanding officer can just say, well, we attacked today, to appease some idea that we must always be attacking or whatever. No, that the attack is worth and even this pinning attack is going to cost you a few lives. If you're a battalion, you're going to have a few dead on it, but you're trying to keep from having 30 or 40 extra dead on some other attack. So you got to trust that your officers are giving you tasks that are worth using up some lives, and then you're going to execute the task trying to use up as few of your lives as possible. And so it's a very grim profession. But without that, well, you don't have a country. So yeah, okay. It's also why lower ranking officer has to salute first to give the higher ranking officer a chance to arm themselves. I've never heard that. That's an interesting concept. Because you do understand what a salute is. A proper salute, which I doubt anyone has done in the almost no one has done in the United States Army in the last 100+ years, is to take your hat off, okay? The proper salute is you come up to your hat and you doff your hat. You take your hat and you salute them, and then you put your hat back on your head. That is a proper salute. And I doubt most United States Army officers even know what a proper salute is, because they don't know the history of it. So you would doff your cap, you would salute with your cap, or you would flourish if you were armed, generally with a sword. You would do a salute with your sword. Now that United States Army, some ceremonials like it, in Arlington or wherever, they do the sword salute. So I guess they're doing it. That's to salute with a sword. And this goes back to at least the 17th century, if not greater, earlier times. But it got to like where the for the longest time in the 18th century, the salute for enlisted or officers in the Royal Navy was sort of a knuckled fist kind of thing that was not like a getting ready to punch, but it was, I can't show you, but come up and sort of touch the edge of their cap. Or in the Army is to sort of bring your hand up to where you would actually start to like pick up and take off your hat. And they've sort of formalized it into the salute that we know. And so it was really doffing your hat. That's where the tradition comes from, is the salute. So I don't, I've not heard that. I'm not saying that. And normally the junior officer is to salute a higher authority, and the higher authority is only returning the salute. It's like the United States Navy has a policy, and it's had its policy since its founding. It will never, a United States naval vessel will never salute another nation's naval vessel. It will only return a salute from other nations' naval vessels. And by that is what they do is dipping the flag, their national flag. So like if traditionally, if say two different navies, at peacetime meet at sea, one nation would lower the flag like a third of the way down the staff and then raise it back up, and then the other one would return it, as just sort of a acknowledging that we see you, we don't have any hostile intent, and they would sort of salute each other vessels. Well, the United States Navy, I don't know exactly when, but they adopt this policy to never do that unless it is returning somebody else's, and this is long before World War I even, let alone World War II, when we become the greatest Navy on the planet, and we still are the greatest Navy on the planet. There's nobody close, and I don't care how many damn ships the Chinese have. They're nowhere near the U.S. Navy capabilities. Not to say they're not dangerous, but they're not anywhere near the U.S. capabilities. So, so the U.S. Navy will happily return a dipped flag, but you'll never dip the American flag first. So, it's traditions like that, and those are how two ships at sea would, or you would salute going into a foreign country's port by dipping your flag. The U.S. will not do that first. They will return it, but they will not do that first. Well, I think because we are having a really slow save and a couple of event images didn't show, we're going to end this episode here. Hopefully it's all been fascinating, fun. I've been having fun chatting with everybody else. So we will be back with more Hearts of Iron next time. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to quit. I do want to make another episode, but we're going to quit, so your screen is going to go black. And I'm going to come out here and restart this. Don't know why it went bad so fast, because we had to crash and then to restart, so I don't know. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Knights. I have to wonder about some of that, and I think that the Knights and raising the visor is a tournament thing. Because and I've heard that too, Paul. But it's only really into the late Middle Ages do you get helmets with a visor that could be flipped up. Because before that, a lot of them are a solid helmet that is putting over their head, and there's nothing to flip up or down. Like during the Crusades, like the First and Third Crusades, a lot of those don't have a thing that would flip, or it would be a helmet with open the face. But a lot of the stuff was just a helmet that didn't flip up or down. Now, definitely shaking hands, I do believe, is a coming out of a knightly tradition of sort of showing that your hand is empty. But getting things and traditions getting back to the Middle Ages for me. One, I've read a few books and whatnot, but I don't know how much we know, modern day people know about that period. And I'm not necessarily the expert on it, where I've read a lot of stuff dealing with the 17th, but very heavily the 18th century. And I'm, a few hundred books. It sounds like a lot, but, yeah, I got probably 200 books here on the 18th century that I've read. So I've read a few hundred books on 18th century military. Some are really good, I think, historical fiction that think waving the hand, yeah. But, and it's... Yeah, I know. And so, like I say, I know a lot about how they interacted. At least you were talking, Western Europe and whatnot. I know that much better, and I think I can talk with a little bit more authority on it. Getting back to the Middle Ages and before, I'm on shakier ground. Okay, where do we have... home months. There we go. And so that's, and I see the continuity of something like saluting. Because then before that, then we get into salutes of the classical era, and you sort of, the Roman up to the breast kind of thing. That then I think it was more added the arm outstretched kind of stuff. Well, yeah. Well, but you see the touching the forelock. Well, yeah, that's British Navy, but it's also it was doffing your hat or using your sword. That's where it comes from. It's raising your raising your hat up and off your head and then replacing it onto your head is sort of a proper formal salute. Now you wouldn't do that as you walked around necessarily. But yeah, I would say and saluting definitely comes out of ceremonialism, and it becomes more and more of a daily thing as like you see an officer, and you would need to salute him, but generally speaking, you do that, the idea of once a day kind of thing. And can you imagine? Now you don't salute indoors because you don't have a hat on. See, this is again, whenever you see in the movies these people that are saluting indoors, that doesn't, I mean, it might happen at some weird thing, but it generally doesn't happen. So if you're walking down the halls of the Pentagon, everybody has their caps under their arms, and no one's saluting each other because they don't have a hat on. You salute with a hat on. Again, that's why you salute with a hat on, because it represents taking your hat off to somebody else, not just bringing your hand up to your head. But let's just say you're out in the field somewhere, and a lieutenant walks up to a captain and salutes him. Yes, okay, great. And then he walks 30 feet away, does something, and then is walking back to the captain. Does he salute him again? How many times a day do you salute that captain? You don't keep, or a private saluting the captain, you don't keep doing it all the time, even if and it maybe maybe if you see him every hour, or not maybe like hourly, but about every hour. You don't keep saluting somebody all the time. A saluting, I mean, one thing I read, it was, and I think it may still be, but the tradition for the British Guards, or at least some of the Guards regiments, I know they're all being shrunken down and disappearing and whatnot, but was to do, the first time you sort of greeted somebody was to come to attention, of the day, and click your heels together in sort of Prussian fashion, like you would think the German fashion. Sometimes other times thought they were making jokes or mocking. No, it was for the Guards. That was like in the morning or whatever the first time of the day was, and you were greeting somebody, including like indoors. So where you're not saluting because you're not wearing a hat or a helmet or whatever, and you come up and click their heels together, and sort of stand at attention and click your heels together, and with maybe a slight bow. But that was just like the first time of the day. You do that as an indoor salute, but you wouldn't do it for that officer, like a lieutenant to a captain or whatever. You wouldn't keep doing that as the day goes on. It was just like in the morning or whatever. So obviously it's probably the first time you're going to be seeing most of your people on a daily work basis. And that was sort of a tradition of the British, at least some of the British Guard units, or all of them, I'm not sure, but was not a general British military tradition for officers. So there's a lot of these little things that are done for sort of ceremony and formality kind of thing. What is Starstreak saying? What about German World War II one, when they throw their hand back over their left shoulder? Is that supposed to be a joke? I don't know what you're talking about. Back over their shoulder? Or you're sort of meaning the sort of weird Hitler salute that he would do? Is that what you're talking about? Now, I don't mean the straight arm one, because Hitler sort of did his little acknowledgement. Because if you notice Hitler's sort of arm up salute, he sort of does have his hand sort of back. And it's more of a, you will see sometimes that when he's up on an audience, he will put his arm straight out. But a lot of times when it's sort of casual around and returning salutes, he sort of does it casually, and it's sort of, yeah, that's just Hitler. And that's more of like, yeah, I acknowledge your salute, as opposed to saluting back. You'll notice sometimes, I think you can see at some of the big sports plats, where he has thousands in the audience and he's up high on the podium, he will do his sort of straight arm one out sometimes. I'd have to look to be sure. But a lot of times he does that sort of, hey, I'm acknowledging your praise kind of thing, is that. But that is just Hitler that I've ever really seen anybody do that. No, I don't remember ever seeing another Germans doing that. Okay, so we've got these here. Let me deploy some steel refineries before we make the episode. Now, I've gotten some very good viewing numbers on some of my YouTube shorts, but I've also noticed after doing a few YouTube shorts, and I don't know if it's the algorithm or something else, but seeing less views for this and other for this series and other series. So I don't know why, whether it's directly related to the shorts, or is it just people are not interested in this series as much, or my thumbnails have not been as interesting to click on, or I don't know. But I really would love to have more people watching this. And so the reason I'm saying this is because right now I'm trying to do some of the sort of boring work. I like finding where to drop a rares or a steel refinery here. You can do a much better job, but part of it I don't care is just because we have so much steel anyways. Not that if we continue to expand our production, we wouldn't maybe need more, but it'll take quite a bit to get to where needing more would become a thing. Yeah, those would have been better places to put it. Rares extraction. Oh, well, maybe we should put some rares. There, so I'm doing some of the boring stuff now, sorry. Needs to be done. Okay, there's maxed out. No, we're not maxed out on rares, so trying to start an episode with a bang, as it were. Part of what Hitler was really trying to do with all of his stuff, and Mussolini before him, and Hitler definitely copies Mussolini's attempt, is Mussolini was trying to revive old Roman traditions, and Hitler, I would say, yes, he copies the Mussolini stuff, but what Hitler is trying to do is at least I would say, is trying to break down society, and part of it is break down the military so that it's not the old traditions, it's new. Hitler's a radical. Hitler is a radical. Whether, and I do sort of go back and forth on the idea of, how are you back in 7th Army? I have you out in 3rd Army, though that's a really cool army with a lot of HQs. Okay, well, nope, we're gonna move him. We're gonna move him back to 3rd Army. We'll move that up, and we'll parcel those units out to do something, and maybe even give them the 3rd Army here. But get Patton back to here. Well, thanks, Paul. Yeah, my home is filled with bookshelves that are overfilled. I continue to buy a few of the new ones, but for years I collected, because that was the only way to get information, about every book on the Jacobites, the 17th century Scottish political and military movement. And so I have basically 2 bookcases full of those books, and I think the oldest one that I have for that is around 250 years old. I have a bunch that are, you know, like roughly from 1890 through to about 1920, you know, like 20 or 30 around that, so they're 100 plus years old. And then I have a bunch of others that are like just 50 and 60 years old kind of stuff, you know, so collected a lot of books, just about anything I could get my hands on. Then I at the time I was traveling to Scotland a lot and hitting old used bookstores. So I've got a bunch of those. And then late 90s and early 2000s, I started reading a lot of historical fiction evolving. It started sort of with reading Horatio Hornblower and the Richard Sharp series, sort of taken from the TV series. And I branched out in reading other historical fiction. Some stuff, I don't have everything I ever read, like a bunch of stuff I read at libraries, but some authors, the stories were good, but as I got more and more knowledge on them, realizing how badly they were presenting history, including traditions like saluting or whatever. Douglas Reedman or Alexander Kent, same person, 2 different names that he used. I still have some of his books, Alexander Kent's books, but basically I won't read any more Alexander Kent. But I will read Douglas Reedman. Again, it's the same damn guy, just 2 different pen names. Because when he's writing about World War II, historical fiction, it's pretty good. But when he's writing around about the Napoleonic War, it gets very fanciful. Whole islands that appear into the Caribbean that don't exist, that have a British governor, and the British governor revolts in the middle of the Napoleonic War. What? Nothing like that ever happened. I mean, obviously you have the American colonies revolting, but other than that, no other sitting British governor revolts and needs to send a captain with some ships to deal with it. So I just, you know, rousing good tales, maybe, well written in that sense, but bad historical fiction. Where good historical fiction, well, 1, it's well written. 2, the general history, you know, maybe you plunk in a ship or 2 that didn't exist, and a few officers that didn't exist that are just sort of your viewpoints through it. But one, that the general history is really good and solid, and two, the culture, the actions, the way people talked, the way people behaved is like it was then, and back then, right for the period. And the authors that do that well, I greatly admire, and I read a lot of that stuff. But I also, while doing that, got a lot of history books and read up around, the stuff. And so not just the historical fiction, but I'm reading about, whether it's about, book on British rifles, from basically American, War of Independence until the end, British flintlock rifles. So the starting, British military, I should say, British military flintlock rifles. I have the sort of the Bible on that, and other books similar to that. So some of it's very much on, physical military matters. Others are on, just history books of the battles and whatnot. And so I got two bookcases that are sort of revolving around the American War of Independence through to the end of the Napoleonic Wars that are dealing with both naval and military stuff, including books on spy masters that served for Wellington and stuff. So, and I still periodically read on some of that. Oh, okay. So you know about the Jacobites. Well, I have to say, a lot of people don't. I say Jacobites. Some people even think I mean Jacobins, the French revolutionary types. No, these are the royal. So yes, from Air. Yes, I don't know if you guys know, but it was under 6 months. But for a while, I lived in Edinburgh back when I was in college. I got a semester plus other time, through the summer off from university. Permission to go study, just independent study. I knew the department head well enough in the end. He signed off for independent study. And he knew I did, and I was going to, and I did, I was a political science major, but studying this stuff. And I just quickly explained to him what I wanted to do. And he, yeah, sure, I'll sign off on that, because he knew me, that I was enough of a history nerd. Jay Von Derez folk, how you doing here? How you doing? You must have made a lot of money off all of those books. Why did I? No, I spent a lot of money on these books. I haven't made money, unfortunately. I got them. I spent a lot of money on the books. So yeah. That's so I was studying when I was living in Scotland. I was sort of studying the Jacobites. Spending a lot of time at the Edinburgh Castle has a library inside of it, and I figured out and got a way that they do. You just need to go up and say the right magic words, if you will, to go in and not have to pay the tourist fee to go into Edinburgh Castle. So I could go to Edinburgh Castle whenever I wanted to, and when the library was open up there, and it was limited hours, not every day. Obviously not the weekends or whatever. And so I would go up and research, do original source material research, plus just the city and the city library of Edinburgh has a really good bookcase, if you will, worth of Jacobite books that are, because there's a lot of the stuff was written around the turn of the last century. That's why a lot of my books are about 100 plus years old. And just in the public library, but stuff that we wouldn't have here, I was reading there. So some of it was original source material, original 18th century documents that I was reading. That the copper plate, the script there is difficult for me, but I can do it, or at least I could do it back then. Or reading other stuff, so going around reading that, plus going to battlefields and historical locations and looking at where battles were fought. Some of them are well marked out, like Battle of Culloden, that are, national sort of parks or whatever you want to call them, part of the National Trust. Others aren't, and looking at where the engagement's happening, doing a lot of studying and taking lots of notes. So that area has very much fascinated me. So that's why, when I start, I'd love to have an 18th century history channel kind of thing if people wanted to watch that, but I can't even get enough people on a very popular World War II channel. And yeah, I know, people, has Gamer started to play yet? And he's just talking, but that's what I want to do, is talk about all this stuff. That's what fascinates me about it. And I love sharing that with you guys. So yeah. And so that's, to me, history is a continuity. Is you want to stop operating, go home. And so I very much look at history in that format. I think I have, yes, another big batch of these guys. It's medium bombers. Once those guys get back to their base, we'll send them home and we'll replace them with that. So yeah, and I look at the continuity of, so when we're talking about things like saluting and whatnot, I see that develop in the late 17th century. And sure, there are obvious various, and I don't necessarily know them, and I don't necessarily think we know all the saluting traditions of, say, the Normans or the Anglo-Saxons or whatever, but we do know the 17th century, how it morphs, how it changes into the 18th century, and then how that develops into slightly more formalized into the 19th century, and then into the 20th century where it relaxes a bit more. And so there's sort of a continuity to all of this stuff and the way I understand and look at history. Just finished Braddock's defeat by David Preston, the Battle of Monongahela and the Road to Revolution. I highly recommend it. That, I believe, is you're dealing with the French and Indian Wars, or the 7 Years' Wars, if I'm not mistaken. Because that's what Braddock, do that. That's a period. So that period is, for me, just not something I've looked at, because I'm really strong right up to 1746, because that's the last really military action of the Jacobite Rising. So, and which starts in, and for me it starts in 16, either 85 or 88, however you want to look at the Jacobite period, starts then and goes through to 1746. So studied that period of history very strong. And then later I got into stuff, starting to read about the Napoleonic Wars, but then enough of the book series sort of starts, and a lot of the officers and whatnot for the Napoleonic Wars, naval and otherwise, get experience in the American War of Revolution, or the American War of Independence, however you want to say it. So I read sort of there, so that's starting in the 1770s. So the 1750s and the 1760s is sort of a gap for me. Not that I haven't read, I have read articles. I don't know if I've ever read a whole book, dealing with it. And I definitely watched the few movies that are around on it, like Last of the Mohicans and whatnot. Seen the movie, not the book. But the 1750s and the 1760s, right sort of in the middle of the period, is where I'm weakest on the 18th century. So the first half, the second half, if you will, but right in that middle part is where I get a bit weak on the history. It is sort of interesting irony, if you will. Okay, we've done that. We're going to do another quick save here. And then we'll make another actual episode. We'll be back to playing World War II. Yes, more World War II. How are we doing here? Okay. You guys are hanging out here. You guys are here and here. Okay. They're CAG duty resting. Okay. Well, we'll do this for the start of the episode. All right. One more episode for today. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice, and we're playing as the U.S.A. Yes, and we're getting ready, and we're going to order it right now into... What? Yeah, I don't know. No. Trying to click the island. Yeah, no. It seems. Yeah, no. There we go. Invasion. We're going to invade there. Oh, let's go in there. So we're going to invade, take out a Japanese-controlled island. Let's see. Let's trade Belgium. Nope. Belgium isn't doing enough. Belgium has the Belgian Congo, and I think that is about it, which is fine and nice and useful. But I don't think they're going to do much in the way of production, so that they don't hardly have any in the industry. So I don't really want to. Okay, they have a little bit down here, too. Yeah, so I don't care. I'm not going to give up a benefit to me just to do that. And of course, we are getting ready to soon to break out from northern Morocco. We'll have this. So what we need to do is we need to get a we'll do, I guess, the 7th Armored Division. That sounds sort of cool. So what we're gonna put all these into the 7th Armored Division. Come over here. Let's get a combined arms or armored. Okay, there we go. So we have a good commander for that division. We'll also send the 7th Army over, but I think I'm gonna use all of these extra forces and create a cool division. Okay, so okay. See is there anything coming soon? Well, we're getting ready. We're not ready yet. Oh shit, Italy's taken out Iraq. Ugh. Okay, which is not helpful. The Soviets are doing okay. Saudi Arabia, don't know how well it's going to, with its flank being turned, how well that'll hold. We're getting a handle on the U-boat war. That's been sort of tough. Got all these Free French forces here. It looks like six. Oh, let's pause. Oh, major defeat. We got to figure that out. Okay, no, not these guys. These guys go back and get repaired. Push back there. Oh, not good. What are these? Okay, these are looking. I see the commandos. I guess they're just light infantry. You got 6 light infantry divisions there. Okay, we're killing lots of U-boats. Those are good. That's good. Okay, so here I'm going to reduce this down before I invade, because I don't want wandering Spanish forces disrupting my advance. We can't leave. We have to go out of here through the sea, and I think we need to the port here. I'm not used to. Well, I don't know. Okay. Create a supply convoy coming out of Washington, D.C., which there is no port there, to L, pronounce that. There we go. Make sure we get supplies coming in here. Footage and ground crew training, nice. Yeah, heavy bomb ground crew training. Basing advance, good. We have a few more than we can do simultaneously, so let's just stop that. And we won this battle here. Okay. Doing here with 2 divisions against whatever this is. That's an HQ. I don't. Oh, wow. Okay, the British are, well, they're still doing reasonably good. Here. Hey, Lawless! How you doing, my friend? Okay, Austria. Okay, yeah, Austria can have it. Australia, I should say, not Austria. Australia. Place where all the criminals got sent to, yes. Yes, that place. How you been, Lawless? Yeah, summer is over. I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. All my European friends have been complaining about the heat. So it might be a good thing. Okay, you guys, everybody back to here, because I don't, we're not going to leave you as occupying this territory. Okay. Acoustic torpedo, so torpedoes that hunt on sound. That one and done. Okay, good. Armor unit command and control. Have a little bit extra, yes. Back to naval things, I think. Oh no, we want to come over here and get our fighters being researched better. French units are getting back into shape because I could use their help. Okay, armor unit training advance. Well, let's do this. I haven't really, because Germany really doesn't have good resistance type stuff. Maybe we could do some of that in British territory, like in North Africa. I don't know. Gun turrets advance. Well, we're doing some strategic bombing, so let's do that. Right now, with the forces that I have available here currently, I'm not worried about taking on the Vichy French. However strong they may be, I'm not worried about that. What I am a little worried about is, I've definitely seen when there were some British units moving along here, all these shore provinces have Italian units. So I don't know what strength they are, and we could be hit with a lot. I don't know if and when we'll see German forces, but I don't want to go in and get pushed out. That does not seem like a good strategy to me now. Okay, what I want to see here. Okay, September. Looking at 3 divisions in September. 1 coming up late in August. Okay. tactics. So, I think we'll wait for the one in August before we start sending more across the Atlantic. Done with our oil. Don't need it or can't afford it anymore. I don't know. Okay. Oh, okay. No, you come into here. And another German sub. Very good. Create a supply convoy coming out of San Francisco. Pause. And it should be at the bottom. Yes. Right, money. Port. I know I have some garrison forces back in America. Maybe I'll send them out to places like this, but I don't know how important. Well, let's see. Well, revolt risk. Well, we have forces here. I don't know. Well, we don't have any forces out here, so revolt risk doesn't seem too high. Everybody on board. Everybody come up to here. Yeah. Rebase. Don't I have some stuff still heading across, or is it all there now? Maybe it's all here. Yeah, probably should wait for that other armored division to get here. Push down towards Casablanca and get to port. Okay, more fighters, good. Liberty Lee Division. I don't think they would have done that. Name them that. I don't think so. Well. Well, maybe we should create, well, I'm here. Let's do 4 of these. I don't know, we may find them useful. These, well, one of them can, the other one not yet. Not much longer. 11 hours. That's what we're sort of waiting on. More bombers. Well, let's see if we can win the air war a little bit more. Last fighter ground control. Okay, now you guys, everybody get on board the ships. I don't even think there's any opposition, so just, there we go, invade. Oh shit, they're going. Why do you go out here to invade there? I don't. Well, since you do, let's. Oh, there are some units there. Okay, that's weird. South Africa, yes, you want a submarine. Why am I not surprised? What does South Africa want with a submarine? I'm not sure. We have these guys here. They're no longer bombing, or no longer attacking Gibraltar, which is fine. There is a Spanish force here. Okay, well, well, I think we can walk down to there once we do get that. No, the British have already taken here. Okay, cool. Assault ship flotillas advanced. Very good. What I will do here now is build some of these guys, because these guys will have much longer range, and we want to get those built. Don't, not that they're useful for going across the channel or something, but where they really will shine is some longer range invasions. Okay. Um, well, we're supplying a lot more stuff in here, so let's Medalia. And out of Washington, D.C. There we are. We'll be sending supplies straight into here as well. Aluminum surplus, very good. Civil defense has advanced. Hey, let that continue. That will affect or help with repair rates in captured territories. Heavy guns. Okay, I think these are the... It is here now, great. That's also allowed the Armored Division to get a bit more organized up. Let's see, I think we'll just go with a veteran. HQ for this motorized division. Yep. Get off the ship. We want to send the better escorted one first. We'll use that up first. Are you building LSTs, Higgins? Well, okay, yeah. What this game does is it has, and we can show here, it has a landing craft and assault ship flotillas. Now these landing craft here, and they use sort of the medium-sized Higgins boats, represents both the landing craft as well as the ships that you would, you know, go across the ocean or go across, you know, the Mediterranean on as well. So it's not just representing the landing craft and then you would need, you know, transport ships. No, it's sort of combined. The other is these are the landing or assault ship flotillas. These are representing more your big LSTs kind of thing that do have considerable range ongoing. Now these for the AI, they couldn't tell the AI not to use these. The AI will see a liner as if it's a, you know, or they see any transport vessel as it should be able to do an amphibious invasion. So for the AI, this will work as an amphibious invasion, but for the human player, no. This can only transport from port to port. The other ones we have are these two. These generally are not buildable. Yearly you'll have like an event, and it's for auxiliary ship, long range, and then just standard auxiliary ship. These are slow. These are meant to be converted merchant vessels or something. Now these can do naval invasions, but they don't do it well. It's sort of because naval invasion does have a speed and other abilities attached to it, and they're also very slow in moving. And we can see here over on transports for technology, you have things that are just sort of generic here that, you know, they call them bow ramps, but what it does is it increase invasion speed, so how fast you get off the boat. This for these, you know, improves the engine speed, ranges, but here it's, you know, shore bombardment is up a little bit more because of this technology, structural improvements, you know, it increases capacity, transportation, and these all affect here, where these affect some of the liners and your other ships. So that's sort of how this game somewhat abstracts that. So it's not exactly either one, but it's that type of thing. I think all things considered, especially considering that this is a mod and not just a the base game, that I think they've done very well and done better than the base game in implementing stuff. Let's get these guys across. So we'll be, when we initiate Operation Torch, it won't be landings, but we will be, because I've seen here, okay, so these are two fascist militia units. and some semi-motorized infantry here, though they have wagons to support. And these are just occupation troops. I am worried a little bit about triggering stuff going on. Very poor. I've never been really good at, never really done. I get the very basics of chess and movement, but I am not a particular chess player. I always found chess sort of overly rigid and a little too abstracted for me to have interest in it. I see it as a very poor war game. Now, maybe it's a very good game. Uh-oh, off the Algerian coast, we had a bit of a... Oh, we ran into some capital ships there. So that looks... Okay, so there's a landing craft, 2 landing craft, 6 liners. Like I say, the AI can use those liners as invasion. Are they coming after me here? My beaches here? Our forces are open. The these are over here. They're under attack. I guess if you want some supplies. No, neither. We take out 2 Spanish submarines out here. Good. Oh. Yes. I think I have well organized up now. Yep, a couple of them. So you fly over to here. Now that we set slightly bigger, not big enough, but slightly bigger ports. Getting a little better. You come over to here. Let's move the long-range fighters over here as well. Honduras wants to build a destroyer. What does Honduras? Realizing this is Honduras. This is its one port. What does it want with a destroyer? Fletcher classes are cool destroyers, but what does it want with a destroyer? Somebody going to blockade it and they're going to sail their destroyer out? I don't know. I'll let them have it, but I mean, and that's just, if you don't know, for the game, is not. I'm not giving them the destroyer. I'm giving them technical assistance for them to build a destroyer. Is how this really sort of works. Okay, yes, you can have metal. And no, I'm not buying fuel from you. My fuel is lowish, but not that worried. Okay, yes, we'll take the Airborne Division. Red Circle. Okay, and ABS for money. Entertain the troops. That's part of why I'm accepting some of this stuff. Wants to destroy stuff, yeah. Well. Personally, I would say motor torpedo boats would be a better option for them. Okay, yes, we'll give you the money. Bing visits the boys, very good. Okay, you guys, I know we just lost a whole bunch of you, but you come over here. Oh, well. Okay, now, you guys come out to here and do naval striking. Do naval striking in this area. Okay, United Kingdom, yes. The 5th Amphibious Corps Formation, all right. Black marketing, another one of these War Office things. Daily descent goes down, good. And cruiser medium anti-aircraft artillery. Good. Heavy anti, okay, yeah, we'll do that. Getting ready to go soon. Let's look at our intelligence here, and let's look for Britain. Well, United Kingdom. Okay, well, it's no longer producing transport, so I guess it thinks it has enough. That's one of the few things I think they will actually jump the queue and put at the top of production if they don't have enough. Or all these other things are sort of waiting on. Right, well, if they have enough, they're supplying, if they're able to supply these forces here, that would be great. Well, how are they doing here, though? Well, this could just be because I helped them take back this port, but well, I don't know. Okay, gun ability to or in advance to keep that up. Two more divisions. We just had a major victory, so I'm going to pause. Okay, okay, it was out here. Okay, good. Okay, good. When you're in supply, you've been doing pretty good. Not great everywhere. Well, let's retake that province. You can move up to here maybe, and you can maybe move to here. Okay, capital ship surface search radar advance. Battle axe, okay. Oh boy, okay. Let's go to, we just took out two CVLs, two light carriers, a light cruiser, and a destroyer here. So they came and were a little upset at our invasion here, which is not going as well as I would hope in the... They better dug in than I thought they would be. Maybe I should get a couple of more divisions. A lot of mud, okay. New Zealand, now you're an island nation. I understand why you want to have submarines. like a nearly landlocked nation wanting a destroyer. Okay, well, you know, well, maybe, no, not yet, not yet. Let's do, well, no, I think trying to guard some of our islands is maybe a mistake. Um, Purpose armor. I think we have. We'll use a HQ. That we have already. I think we need anti-tank. I guess go with just engineers. Now, down here. Yeah, we got some veteran HQs as well as some of the Marine Corps HQs. Use one of those. Oh. Out. Well, we have the 7th Army here with, especially that motor or self-propelled artillery. Maybe I should give it to this division instead of the artillery. Yeah, let's do that. You could let me. Yeah, okay. 7th Army here. Let's create a new unit. Do that. Yeah, okay, they got the tank destroyers. I want to use that against. Should also be very fast. We're gobbling up North Africa. And very good once we get to actually fighting the Italians. Sending these guys back. Get some other units. Use the supply needs here. Oh, good. We are really. Oh, it's also a covert raider took out. Well, I think we're going to end the episode here today. Really appreciate all of you guys, both live as well as those watching later. Thank you so much. Maybe next episode we will start Torch, though it won't be landings. It'll be a breakout. So see you then. Thanks, everyone. And I think we're going to end that for the day as well. I hope all of you, but particularly Starstreak and Arno, will join me tomorrow in playing War Thunder. Everyone else, hey, if you're new to it, glad to have you join us. We'll even play some, reserve basic starting vehicles, at least a mission or two, if you want to. Maybe we'll get up to some historical battles if we get enough. I want to maybe work on this evening some orders of battles for Germany versus Soviets. So all versus mouse, I don't know, maybe it's a possibility, but we'll see what we can do. So hopefully you'll want to join us then. So we'll definitely be back tomorrow. So thanks everyone. I really love hanging out with you, but gotta take a break.